And Tom Verducci, Matt Vasgersian here at Progressive Field, all set for Game 2. Corey Kluber on the mound for the Cleveland Indians in this one tonight, and facing a Joe Girardi authored lineup that looks like this. The Yankees Geico starting lineup for Game 2. Brett Gardner, Aaron Judge, and Gary Sanchez. Judge had a rough one yesterday with a 4-strikeout opener. Gregorius, Castro, and Bird in the middle of the order. The switch hitter Aaron Hicks batting 7th in center field. Jacoby Ellsbury makes his first start of the series, DHing batting number 8. And Todd Frazier rounds things out, the two-time All-Star at third base, batting number 9. It is the 31-year-old former Cy Young Award winner Corey Kluber on the mound for the Indians here in this one. He's been perfect against the Yankees since 2014, 5-0 against New York, going at least 8 innings in 4 of those 5 starts. His was the lowest ERA and WHIP in baseball this year.
You know, in some starts, you got to go a long ways to find something good about a starter. You have to go a long ways to find something bad about Kluber. Every inning he pitches has an ERA that starts with 1, with the exception of 1 inning, and that's the 3rd inning. Every other statistic is as good as you could imagine. And I can tell you one thing, the Yankee hitters are going to have to find a selective pitch to take advantage of, because Kluber just doesn't give the illusion that he's going to hang one. For me, the success, the 3 keys are going to be as follows. Keep spinning it. That's the recipe to get against this lineup. Get to 2 strikes, virtually unhittable when he gets to 2 strikes. And same as last year. He pitched Game 2, and the only difference is going to be he's got much more rest and much more help to get through the length of the playoffs if they are to repeat and getting back to the World Series.
Kluber coming off simply a brilliant regular season, finished first in the American League in ERA, batting average, hits per 9, walks per 9, walks to strikeouts, and we can keep going. Here's Brett Gardner to lead things off in Game 2 tonight. Gardner, Judge, and Sanchez. Very few changes in terms of either starting lineup for Game 2, and we are underway in Cleveland.
So for Corey Kluber, unlike other pitchers today, he's thinking about getting these guys out 4 times. So what you're going to see is a different array of ways that he shows them ways to get out the first at bat, and then he'll switch it up because he knows he's got to get through this lineup a bunch of times, whereas new age pitchers will show everything they have early because they're going to go to the bullpen so quick.
A ball and a strike to count to Brett Gardner, who was hitless yesterday, 0 for 3 with base on balls, and that'll sound familiar as the Yankees were limited to just 3 base hits in the shutout loss yesterday. Quickly, it's a ball and 2 strikes on the Yankees leadoff hitter.
For Kluber, these are the signature spins. He's got the lateral, he's got straight down, he's got a shorter break, but he's got the comeback 2-seamer. You will see a lot of left-handers have to deal with the comeback 2-seamer. Start it in, try to get the free strike on the inside part of the plate, a la Greg Maddux.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Brett Gardner.
There it was, and it was up. The only time he gets in trouble, he gets underneath that pitch, but it has such movement, left-handers cannot pull the trigger with their bat because they see it as a ball.
The 2-2. Gardner slashes a ball to the opposite field. Austin Jackson's out there tonight. He runs it down for the game's first out. So 1 gone for Corey Kluber, and that'll bring up Aaron Judge. 52 home runs during the regular season, a new rookie record in baseball. 0 for 4 in the opener here last night, however. And it was the breaking ball that had him tied up primarily. The 3 strikeouts that he endured under Trevor Bauer's watch were all of the breaking ball variety. 4 strikeouts altogether for Judge in his division series opener yesterday. First pitch to him from Kluber, misses a corner.
Kluber will surprise you with a 4-seam 95-mile-an-hour fastball. He has a 2-seamer and a 4-seamer. There's the cutter version. He will throw these guys, the big boppers in the Yankees lineup, with some fastballs.
To 2-0 now. There's Trevor Bauer, who was terrific last night. His shutout start gave Terry Francona so many terrific options for the rest of the series. It all happened by design last night. Here's the 2-0 home to Judge, and his 3 balls and no strikes. We talked about this yesterday regarding Aaron Judge, and as you take a look at the rookie ranks from his inaugural run through the big leagues, note the walks, 127 of them. Next pitch is pulled in for a strike.
I know why he took right there, but I would have been so tempted to let it go and make contact and feel it. You know, yesterday was a rough day.
3 balls and a strike. And he loses him on ball 4. Well, no sooner can we paint the picture of Judge as a patient hitter than he does draw a walk in his first plate appearance ever against Corey Kluber. In drawing 125 plus walks and hitting 50 plus home runs this year, he became just the 3rd AL player to combine those 2 in the same season. The previous 2, Babe Ruth and Mickey Mantle. So he's aboard in front of Gary Sanchez, who also had a rough opener yesterday on both sides of the scorecard. 0 for 4 at the plate. And had a hard time corralling Sonny Gray and the rest of the pitching core of the Yankees yesterday defensively. First offering to Sanchez, misses up.
Sanchez struck out a few times against Kluber, but did run into a high cutter for a homer in New York. And again, it's going to take patience and discipline, because what Corey Kluber can do is make his sinker look like a pitch that is a ball, come back as a strike, and then look his slider like a strike that ends up as a ball.
33 home runs during the regular season for Gary Sanchez, including a major league high 27 hit as a catcher. There were some DH days and just a handful of innings with Sanchez at first base during the season. Two balls and a strike to count to Aaron Judge. Corey Kluber's last regular season start came on the final weekend of the regular season, and he went 5 innings, allowing a run on 6 hits and a no decision at the White Sox on September 30th. It was one final bit of polish to a Cy Young portfolio during the regular year. And it's 3 balls and a strike to Gary Sanchez. Didi Gregorius waiting on deck. He too was quiet yesterday after the dramatic 3-run home run in the wild card game on Tuesday in the Bronx. Kluber trying to avoid back-to-back one-out walks to start the game. Sanchez puts it in play out to center field. Ball's well hit. Kipnis looking up, and it's gone! Gary Sanchez breaks out a smile for the first time in this series as he breaks out the big lumber, giving the Yankees a 2-0 lead.
Well, it was the same pitch. He hit a homer in New York, a high cutter. So far, just a little bit off the plate in some of his finesse pitches. And workable counts back-to-back for Judge, and for a team that I'm telling you, they're not fazed by a lot. This team has been through a season of up and downs, and they've been on a roll in September. And right there, you could just see he didn't try to do too much. The slider stayed up, and the power of Sanchez. Now his 2nd home run this year off of Kluber.
So now Didi Gregorius 2-0 Yankees. Skunk finally out of the box, as they say, in terms of scoring in the division series for New York after being shut out yesterday.
We talked about it yesterday, Matt. Something's got to change for the Yankees to turn the tables a little bit, to create a little bit of doubt. You see the crowd got real quiet when they're aced, which they rarely see him do. Give up early leads, yet alone home runs, and the Yankees got to be feeling a lot better after what yesterday was not really close of any kind of chance of scoring. 1-0 2
Ball and 2 strikes to Gregorius. Well, the Yankees, as much as they are not fazed by much, they know what they're up against in terms of postseason history. Team that wins game 1 goes on to win the series over 70% of the time in postseason playoff history, that is. And the 1-2 home to Gregorius is again fouled away. You can count on 2 hands the teams that have come back after an 0-2 deficit to win in a best-of-5 format. And there are the numbers on your screen. 88 of 30, 88 and the 36 is that 71% math. A ball and 2 strikes to Gregorius. 2-0 Yankees on the Gary Sanchez first inning home run.
How about again, I'm just marvel watching video of Kluber, looking at his numbers on the entire year on this count, 1 and 2. Only 3 hits on this count when the ball's put in play the entire year. When he gets 2 strikes, it's not really a lot of fun for the opposing hitters.
Gregorius fouls away another. Gregorius, on the other hand, has been one of the better 2-strike hitters in the Yankee lineup all year. 242 batting average with 2 strikes. And as much as that may not sound like an impressive number, it's about 60 points better than the league average. Hanging around in this 2-strike count. The 1-2 misses outside.
Battling as well as he fouls this ball really firmly off his kneecap. And I tell you what, that is nowhere close to feeling good.
Got him swinging. 2 away here in the first.
He's so important, not only defensively but offensively. And so you're hoping that knee doesn't stiffen up on him. Never fun to foul one off your leg. This is that Frisbee slider that stays in the middle of the zone, but the late turn, you just can't. You can't get settled against this guy. When a left-handed batter knows he's got a 2-seamer going away from him and a slider coming into him, and then a changeup that fades, you just got to get sometimes a little lucky and work the count. Sanchez didn't do too much, and that's the 2-0 lead.
Starlin Castro now, he had 2 of the 3 Yankee hits in the opener yesterday. 4-time All-Star, coming off a season in which he's hit 300 with 16 home runs. One that, had it not been for an injury which cost him some time in the mid-months, missed over 6 weeks with 2 different DL stints because of a hamstring problem, the numbers would have ended up even better. Castro had such a hot start this year. He's behind 0-2. You might be wondering, when was the last time Corey Kluber gave up a couple of runs in the first inning? Well, it happened September 7th. Maybe the better question is what happened the rest of the night. Kluber retired 21 of the next 23 that he faced, and the Indians won that game 11-2. Almost like you poked the bear and made him mad. Castro into the left center field gap. Good for extra bases. A walk, a 2-run home run, and now with 2 away, a double for Starlin Castro.
Well, again, I said the Yankees can't miss mistakes. They haven't missed them in the first inning. They've gotten more mistakes in the first inning that you think you're going to get in the entire game. 2 strikes, Rarity gives up hits, middle slider, and Castro stays on the ball and takes it into the gap. Joe Girardi couldn't ask for a better beginning with a bullpen that's fresh and a guy on the mound he knows is not going to be fazed by pitching on the road or this kind of environment.
So now the first baseman, Greg Bird, who cashed in on a 2-out RBI opportunity just like this one in the wild card game in the Bronx on Tuesday night. Bird hitless with a walk yesterday. Dating back to the close of the regular season, Greg Bird's reached base safely in 11 straight. The numbers may not look like much. You have to know about the time missed by Bird to put it into context. Missed over 100 games with an ankle injury this year. And that after missing virtually the entire season last year, recovering from shoulder surgery. A ball and a strike to count to Greg Bird. By the way, Corey Kluber now approaching 30 pitches. The most Trevor Bauer threw in any one inning yesterday was 19.
All in.
2 balls and a strike.
See, that's the side of the plate he really needs. When he gets that against left-handers, it opens up a whole new window. Those are just a tad off, and he's just a tad off on holding on to that sinker for creating more movement. But if he can get that pitch right there and establish it, it brings in the slider back foot. It brings in the higher pitch inside. His ability to make left-handers fear that pitch is a huge weapon.
2-2. Trying to strand a 2-out base runner and hold the first inning damage at just the 2 runs. He lost Castro in a 2-strike count on the double. Bird with a ground ball to the replayed infield. Ramirez knocked it down. Everybody safe. Jose Ramirez was in the perfect spot. Now that ball just checked up on him. An error charged to Ramirez puts runners at the corners and makes for a longer top of the first.
Yeah, the depth of Ramirez and this ball and the spin. Watch what it does. It doesn't act traditionally as it would on the dirt. Ramirez knows he should have had it. And these are the kind of things the Yankees need. Expect the unexpected. Grind out at bats. And what they've done is put Kluber in overdrive now. When you start reaching 30 pitches, I don't care what kind of pitcher you are, 30 pitches in an inning starts taxing you. And basically, by rule, shortens 1 inning off the game. That's really what it does. Even if you get back on pace, that 30 pitches stress, managers don't like extending a guy after he started the game with 30+ pitches.
Corey Kluber has not endured a 30-pitch inning since early July. And now he's got to deal with the switch hitter Aaron Hicks in from the left side with runners at the corners. Hicks had a double yesterday, the only extra base hit of the night for the Yankees. Castro at third, Bird at first, 2 runs in, 2 away, top of the first inning. And a swing and a miss.
That's the pitch. I was getting ready to say Hicks does not like the slider. He does not like the slider, and nor would you off of this guy. And instead of making him bang one for a strike, he went and expanded the zone and look for Kluber to take advantage of that scenario in that area.
Oh, and 2 the count to Aaron Hicks, who has seen plenty of Corey Kluber over the years. And it's not been a fun experience for him. Just 3 for 23. Against the Indians right-hander.
With a lot of swinging over the top of the breaking ball. One more that he hung right there. Kluber's gotten away from the strength of location already in the first inning. Lucky that ball was fouled.
He had Castro in a 2-strike count, lost him on a double. Bird in a 2-strike count, and then the error by Ramirez. And it's 1-2 now to Aaron Hicks.
The one difference between Bauer and Kluber is you're not going to know what's going on with Bauer. It could be 10-0. Either way, you're not going to know. Bauer, full of energy, full of unorthodox emotion. Kluber, the complete opposite. Stoic as they get.
A ball and 2 strikes. The count to Hicks. Yeah, that's part of the I guess part of the background in the nickname Klubot. One, by the way, Corey doesn't really like much. Meant as a compliment.
Oh yeah, certainly.
Still a ball and 2 strikes to Aaron Hicks. A 36 pitch top of the first.
So it's interesting. I don't know how many people expected Bauer's performance yesterday, throwing a no-hitter into the 6th. And I'm sure not a lot of people expected this start to Corey Kluber. Corey Kluber does and is a creature of habits. He likes pitching on regular days rest. He has 1 extra day here, and the idea was to pitch him in this game 2 to give him normal rest if there is a game 5. So could it have affected him a little bit today in the first inning? Maybe, the extra day rest. But he just hasn't been as sharp with location and bearing the slider down.
Finally gets Hicks. 2 left stranded, but 2 cross the plate on Gary Sanchez. 2-run home run. A half inning gone in game 2, and the Yankees off to a 2-0 lead. Time for the Indians to dig in their half of the first. We take a look at Cleveland's Geico starting lineup. Francisco Lindor, Jason Kipnis, and Jose Ramirez off the top once again. Encarnacion, Santana, and Bruce 4 through 6. The changes come in the bottom third, where Austin Jackson makes his first start of the series. Same for Yan Gomes at catcher, Giovanni Urshela at third base, batting number 9. It is the 37-year-old former Cy Young Award winner CC Sabathia on the mound for the Yankees this afternoon.
Yeah, CC no longer has 96, and he's cool with it. It took him a year to adjust, and now he's able to mix and match sinker, changeup, slider, cutter. And he hides the ball with that big frame. He's kind of got a short arm behind. You see the numbers on the year. The most impressive to me, 9-0 after a loss. And CC is primed and ready to take on the Indians.
Francisco Lindor with a ball that gets past Frazier into the left field corner. Lindor's first hit of this postseason.
You think this is going to be a hit, Matt?
Wow, they just flashed E5 on the scoreboard. I was a little too anxious to credit Lindor with a base hit there.
Yeah, he hit it good, but Frazier just didn't get the glove down. And in these moments, I'm telling you, having gone against great pitchers and you get spotted a 2-0 lead, you're like, oh my gosh, I was prepared to pitch a battle the entire way. You got to make sure, the Yankees have to make sure they take care of the little stuff and give CC the opportunity, because there's going to be a lot of balls put in play, because that's his goal, to get ground balls. Pitch the left-handers in.
Jason Kipnis now 0 for 4 in the opener yesterday. Kipnis starting once again in center field in game 2. That is the plan moving forward for the Indians as fans react to this first pitch.
It's a good pitch. CC like to crowd Kipnis at some point.
Kipnis with a fly ball hit into center field for Aaron Hicks, and there's the first out in the bottom of the inning.
Well, for CC Sabathia, I think, when would you ever say he's thinking about 4 innings? This guy never wants to come out of the game, but 4 innings really is what all Joe Girardi can muster up before turning it to the pen, mixing it up. I'm talking about in, out, up, down, slow, break the breaking ball, keep this hitters off balance. And then what CC does so well is he has soft contact. He's one of the best left-handed pitchers in where the contact off of him, exit velocity, is really low.
The softest in baseball among left-handers this year. Here's the switch hitter, Jose Ramirez, in from the right side, 1 for 4 yesterday. He's hit safely in 14 of his last 16, dating back to the close of the regular season. Gaudy numbers in his first full season as a regular. Sabathia, not unlike Kluber, made his final appearance on the mound in a game situation last weekend. Shutout baseball into the 6th inning against the Toronto Blue Jays. Scattered 4 hits, struck out 6, didn't walk anybody, and declared himself ready and tuned up for another postseason run. 3 balls and no strikes to Ramirez now. Edwin Encarnacion waiting on deck. He has faced Sabathia more than any other Indian on the roster. So just like that, the tying runs are aboard.
Yeah, the mindset, Matt, in a game like this, there's almost a sense that it's a must-win for the Yankees, even though they're not up against elimination. But for CC and his mindset, he's so mentally tough. He's been through it all. You have to approach each inning like it's the 9th inning. Sounds like a cliche, but it's the only way to go about going against a great team and a great pitcher. His room for error is not going to be much.
An error and a walk have put base runners aboard in front of the most prolific RBI men in baseball. Edwin Encarnacion was hitless in the opener yesterday. We mentioned the frequency of the matchups here. 55 career at-bats for Encarnacion against Sabathia. And I guess it's a good news, bad news. Yeah, there's 15 hits in there, but none of them are homers.
He struck him out a bunch, too, I believe.
He has. 11 strikeouts in those 55 ABs. Hit him. Wow, Encarnacion just had nowhere to go that time. And that loads the bases here in the first. Edwin taking his time walking down to first base.
Well, unfortunately for CC, he's trying to crowd him. You can see, and he just takes it off the leg. Santana has absolutely had CC's number. So the base is loaded here. Santana coming in, about a 5.26 with a homer off of CC. Maybe the weather's got everybody a little off their game right now.
I mean, this is the strangest start to a first inning, considering the quality of the starting pitching matchup. An error, a walk, and a hit batsman. All this with only 1 away, and a guy who's 10 for 19 against CC Sabathia. Now digging in, that's Carlos Santana, and CC almost airmailed the catcher that time. Santana 1 for 3 with a walk last night.
CC's got to remember his touch, and the touch in these type of situations, you can't get too amped up. Utilize that 2-seamer. We haven't seen the slider. Break out the changeup. There's the slider. That's a real good pitch for CC Sabathia. Hitters don't see it very well, and the average against is not very good either. Even that one that kind of hung in the middle of the plate. Right-handed batter's only hit 171 off of his slider slash slurve.
Santana to left. Lindor scores. They'll wave Ramirez around. Throw to the plate's offline. And just like that, the Indians tie it at 2.
Ramirez, watch the lead and watch the jump he gets. He reads it right away. That's the only way he can score. You see Gardner comes in and makes a strong throw a little offline. But it was the sense of Ramirez in a secondary lead. He read this right off the bat. And a charging Gardner might get a lot of guys, if they hesitate at all, with much better arm than people think for Gardner. He just threw it offline in his quest for Ramirez. A great jump in a tie game.
Here's Jay Bruce, last night's lineup hero. Line softly to Gregorius, who dove back into the bag to try to double off Encarnacion, who is hurt on the play.
Well, that didn't look good. He literally got back to the bag and either twisted the knee or the ankle. I thought for an instant that Didi was going to drop that ball in turn 2, but he thought he could catch it and get to the bag. Watch when he gets back to the bag how awkwardly he lands. He doesn't slide and looks like his cleat gets on top of the bag. We'll get a better angle right here. See, they rolls his ankle right there.
Fans here in the ballpark reacting to the replay. Yeah, that right ankle tucked into the side of the bag and rolled.
And Joe's going to probably be forced to try to get this and have them look at it right there, because at some point he had to come off the bag before he called time. So that's what's going to happen here. We're going to get a review, but more importantly, the eyes are going to be on Encarnacion.
That is, I mean, that is a really rough sequence for Encarnacion. He gets hit in the knee, and then moments later, running the bags, he rolls an ankle trying to get back in and avoid being doubled up. So the play is being reviewed, and as you mentioned, John, there was a moment where Encarnacion did come off the bag. This replay review presented by WB Mason as they take a look at it again in New York.
I'm telling you, that's about as bad as you're going to get, a rolling an ankle in a baseball field.
Encarnacion is up, but unable to walk off the field under his own power. That is not. The League Division Series is presented by Doosan, official partner of Major League Baseball. And this MLB Network telecast is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com to see how much you could save. Well, the emotional swings of this opening inning. Terry Francona is now wondering about the status of Edwin Encarnacion. We'll show you what happened again in a moment. Corey Kluber back to work in the second. He'll get Jacoby Ellsbury, Todd Frazier, and Brett Gardner as we take you back to the way the previous half inning ended. Line shot to shortstop, and Encarnacion trying to get back to second and avoid being doubled off. Rolls his ankle at the bag. The play was reviewed. Encarnacion was out and then was carried off. When we get word from the Indians clubhouse, we will keep you posted, but not good news for Cleveland. 0-2 to Ellsbury, misses high. So just to recap, we played an inning in this game. Corey Kluber almost threw as many pitches in a single inning as he ever has in his career. Ended up getting out of it with runners at first and third, but did give up a 2-run home run. The Indians get it right back. They lose their DH for the rest of this day. And now Kluber responds with a strikeout of Jacoby Ellsbury. Let's take a look at the defense behind Kluber today. It's a good one. Jackson, Kipnis, and Bruce in the outfield. Giovanni Urshela is very good at third base. He starts again today. Lindor and Ramirez up the middle. Carlos Santana at first. Yan Gomes behind the plate, as he usually is for Corey Kluber.
Yeah, it's a strange beginning and a strange way for the Yankees to get back those runs. Hey, you don't think you might get 2 the whole game off of Kluber. You get it in the first inning. Now, granted, the game's tied. There's no reason to go complaining, but boy, it would have been nice to hold the lead going into the 5th inning for your bullpen. And now you're just hoping that Kluber didn't figure out his mistakes in the first inning. He's come back with much better secondary pitch and crispness.
Todd Frazier lines softly over shortstop. It looked like Lindor had his leap timed perfectly, but that ball just got past him.
You know, it's amazing about Frazier. I watched every at bat he's had against Kluber, and the 2 and 3 hits that he's able to get are similar to this. He reaches out, sells out for the outside part of the corner, and you can see selling out was Lindor, and it may be jumping a little too early. Doesn't come up with it. But in the Chicago days with the White Sox, he faced him a bunch this year, and now with the Yankees. So he knows Kluber very well.
And Todd Frazier's aboard on his first hit of the series. With one gone now, Brett Gardner, who flied to left to open the ball game. Gardner's homered against Kluber in his career, 4 for 19 through the years. Well, the Encarnacion injury, for the moment, it took a lot of the emotion and the energy out of the ballpark. Gardner with another fly ball the other way. Same result as in the first inning, and there are 2 gone.
And you know, I was watching Didi the whole time, and if he was looking to see how far off Encarnacion was, if he wasn't that far off, he was going to drop it in turn 2. It was just a soft liner, but because he thought he could catch it and dive to the bag, that's what confused even the ability to slide. He was in between his slide, and that's where he got the spike caught at the wrong time in front of the bag. But Didi was watching to see where he could get his best chance at the double play.
Here's Aaron Judge now, walked and scored in front of the Sanchez home run in the first. At 6'7", 282 pounds. Aaron Judge is the biggest position player by body mass in Major League history. That according to Sports Illustrated. As he takes a strike and even the count at 1-1.
See, that's a good take. Something went into his game plan already where he decided that it was not going to be swing early and hope to get the hanger. Even though that pitch was a strike, that was a good take. Because if you think a guy is changing his approach and going the other way, you must pound him in with fastballs. That was not. So that opens the door back up for Kluber. That expands. As big as he is in length and 6'7", now that strike zone just got wider.
Frazier runs, throw down from Gomes is in time to get him. The Yankees turned away in the second. Just settling in Cleveland in a 2-2 ball game. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it next half inning when Kluber goes back out there. Are they first, Keith? Okay. Welcome back to the Doosan ALDS on MLB Network, presented by Geico, with Hall of Famer John Smoltz and Tom Perducci. Matt Vasgersian here at Progressive Field. A 2-2 tie early in this one. The Indians bat in the bottom of the second with the bottom of their order: Austin Jackson, Yan Gomes, and Giovanni Urshela.
Boy, Jackson's been what a surprise in the pickup that he has filled in nicely. You see the numbers on the year. Complements the left-handed starter lineup for Terry Francona, and see if CC can get in rhythm like Kluber much better in the second inning and settle back into this game as if it was 0-0.
A ball and a strike to Austin Jackson. You know, one of the changes that CC has made in the evolution toward CC 2.0, if you will. He has all but scrapped the four-seam fastball in favor of a cutter. Been a very effective pitch for him the last couple of years. And he has shown his changeup early in games more often. In fact, he uses his changeup first time through the order more so than any subsequent part of the game. Not so much the case in this one as Jackson gets to him with a leadoff base hit. Sebastia threw only one changeup in the first inning.
And that's what I was talking about, getting back to his touch pitches. Sometimes you get in the moment, and even though you're not afraid of the moment revs you up a little bit. You want to be firmer with your pitches. With CC to be better, and why he's been better as a new pitcher with the, I would call it, lesser stuff that he's used to, he's pitching. And he's pitching to each side of the plate with touch. And I'd like to see him throw a little bit more of those sliders, especially behind in the count.
Here's Yan Gomes now making his first appearance of this postseason. 14 home runs during the regular campaign in 2017, batting with a runner aboard to start the inning. Yan Gomes is happy to be healthy on the postseason roster this year. You'll recall last year, Gomes separated his right shoulder late in the season. And then it was on a rehab assignment in mid-September. He was hit by a pitch and suffered a broken right hand. Was not available to play until the World Series, where he made some appearances but no starts.
This is a part of the lineup that really CC's got to take advantage of. Gomes and Urshela.
Gomes wraps one to third. Great play by Frazier. Throwing it second, however, not handled cleanly by Castro, and everybody's safe.
Wow, a really good pickup right here by Frazier. Got to throw it off balance, and he short harps Didi, or Castro, I'm sorry, and Castro cannot come up with it.
It scored as a fielder's choice play, and an error hung on Frazier.
You know, the Indians don't bunt a lot, but the right guy is at the plate to have a bunt put down here. CC, of course, with the knee issue, and the Yankees going over their bunt defense. You would almost have to feel like this is a bunt situation. The ninth hitter turning it over to the top of the lineup, and now some pressure on Joe Girardi as well. How quick does he get the pen going if this inning gets a little bit crazier?
First and second, nobody out. Urshela is bunting. CC fields and gets the hitter at the bag. Sacrifice works. Second and third with only one away.
And now Joe's more than likely going to have to bring the infield in. Perfectly executed. You don't have to make a great bunt. You just have to have it dent. And of course, Frazier's going to have to read his pitcher. And CC was only concerned about getting the ball to first base. They're going to walk Lindor and pitch to Kipnis and hope that CC can kind of induce him into a ground ball. Got to get the ball in on Kipnis. Sinkers in and sliders away.
Well, this is a dice roll for the Yankees that Joe Girardi's willing to make. A left-handed batter at the plate. And as John mentions, hope for something on the ground to get out of the jam. Jackson, Gomes, and Lindor aboard with only one away.
Down, down, down if it isn't in and below the zone. Just like that. But he wasn't aggressive. The first pitch with the bases loaded, a pitcher's trying to feel the temperature of the hitter. And if the hitter shows impatience, that sometimes changes the sequence that you go about in trying to get him out. Because you're not sure what the hitter's trying to do in that first pitch. The Is he going to be aggressive? Is he going to be patient? Is he going to take a strike?
Kipnis past Frazier into left. Jackson scores. And the Indians take the 3-2 lead. Jason Kipnis, since coming off the disabled list, is 5 for his last 9 with runners in scoring position.
Well, the Indians, unlike yesterday, were threatening to break yesterday's game open with the bases loaded, couldn't get it done. And so far, they've been getting it done and rewarding their pitcher his hiccup in the first inning with the lead now 3-2. And Joe's got the bullpen going. Doesn't have much time to let this game get unraveled. You know if you're going to get a great pitcher, it has to be early. They did that off of Kluber. You can't expect too much more. And the bullpen's going to have to get fired up and ready to go.
And this one got off to a dream start after a half inning for the Yankees. They had their early lead. You're thinking CC best case scenario between 4 and even 5+ innings today. Then Green, Robertson, some combination before you get to Chapman to try to steal a win here today. All bets are off now as the Indians have a 1-run lead. Fire still hot with the bases loaded and only 1 gone for one of the best RBI men in baseball.
This guy stays on the ball as good as anybody. He's not a big swinger. He definitely does everything the right way. And this is going to be tough for CC to get him off balance.
Ball outside.
On deck, instead of Edwin Encarnacion, it's Michael Brantley. Who came off the DL at the end of the season. He will bat for Encarnacion next. And a ball that just misses the corner to Ramirez. Word on Encarnacion is a sprained with a P ankle. He is being evaluated further as Sabathia gets the corner this time.
It's the pitch I was talking about behind the count. It looks like a ball. It might have been a ball, but the illusion breaking back into Sanchez's spot. He gets the ball. There's your RBIs versus left-handed pitchers.
Up and in 2-1.
These are the kind of guys that drive you crazy because you see in a situation when it looks like an RBI, you get aggressive as a hitter. Most guys' tendency do. You see how patient he is on pitches that he doesn't like. He'll pick out a one that he has the plan and drive it to right center or left center, gap to gap.
Last night 0 for 3 with bases loaded. So far today they have cashed in on both of their opportunities. 2 for 2. The 2-1 to Ramirez. Little pop into foul territory. Bird with room for out number 2.
Wow, is that a huge out? I mean, there's that backdoor slider again.
Well, how about this story? Edwin Encarnacion removed after the injury. And Michael Brantley, whose spot on the postseason roster was far but a lock based on the injury he suffered in the last part of the season, will have an opportunity now off the bench and to stay in the game as the DH.
You know what this must feel for him, though, for all the hard work. He missed last year.
No doubt.
Tried so hard to get back and get ready. Terry was so glad that he's able to be part of it this year, whatever fashion it is. And now it looks like it's going to be a bigger role than what was anticipated.
A career .324 hitter with runners in scoring position. Michael Brantley got off to such a great start this year before a nagging ankle injury eventually ended his season early and put him on the disabled list twice. He was hitting .299 at the time of the injury. Went to the All-Star game for the second time in his career and takes a strike. Behind here 0-2.
It's such a tough pitch on lefties and righties. It has a late break. It's not one of those that falls off the table in that slurve slash slider that CC has. But again, he's so big, he hides it so well. It's been his go-to pitch right now.
These two players were traded for one another back in 2008. And CC gets the best of Brantley in their first meeting today. A run to take the lead, but in terms of what the Yankees could have suffered, it could have been a lot worse. We played two. It's 3-2 Indians. Tell us about the baseball moments you'll never forget. Share your favorite baseball memory with Bank of America using hashtag MLB Memory Bank.
Judge got a reprieve with the throw out with 2 strikes. I got to believe he's getting a first pitch fastball here. I don't know if he's going to be aggressive and ready to go.
It is Aaron Judge to lead things off, swinging and missing at a slider. John Smoltz owes me dinner.
That's right. I would have been wrong. I would have thought it was a perfect time for Kluber to attack with a fastball, but he's staying. He's not going to take any chances on making a mistake with a fastball over the middle of the plate.
Judge, Sanchez, and Gregorius. Yankees trailing for the first time in this one. It's a ball and a strike to Aaron Judge.
Well, it's your hometown, so just pick the place. We'll find it. Dinner.
Okay. Cleveland is my hometown.
No, when we're going, where we're going.
Oh, okay. I was going to say. Fastball swung out and missed. In the discussion of how to get Aaron Judge out, we're going to go down to Tom Verducci in a moment for more on it, because there's been so much written about where pitchers have gotten him out in terms of location. There is more to that story we'll get to in a moment, as that one misses outside. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Judge walked and scored in front of the Sanchez home run in the first. And a full count now. Nobody has seen more of them in baseball this year than Aaron Judge. Balls and 2 strikes. I think Kluber shaking off Gomes, and now they've got what they like, and Judge fouls it away.
Yeah, shook off the curveball, shook off the inside sinker, and went with the shorter slider, trying to entice him on the outside part of the plate. There's 2 ways that Kluber makes right-handers think a pitch is one thing. It's the short slider off the plate, and then he's got that killer break curveball that he starts over the middle and then never even thinks about ending up in the strike zone. But the hitters can't lay off of it.
They'll try it on 3-2 again, and Judge once again fouls it away. The 2 runs against Corey Kluber represent something of a run-scoring bonanza. When you consider that Kluber has allowed 2 or fewer runs in each of his last 9 starts entering today. The longest such streak by an Indian pitcher since Gaylord Perry did it in 11 straight back in 1974. And that's the guy responsible for the 2 runs. The next 3-2.
I don't know if Judge helped the umpire by walking away, but it was just a late call. It's definitely a strike. Judge starts walking as knowing, and then there's the punch out. But then it's too late.
You make that kind of hopeful walk of a couple of steps up the line, and in the back of Aaron Judge's mind, he knew he was about to be called back. That's 4 strikeouts for Kluber. 1 gone here in the 3rd for Sanchez, the guy who touched him up for the 2-run dinger in the 1st. know this about where the Indians are going to end up going. If it's to end their 68-year championship drought, Terry Francona knows that Corey Kluber is going to be right in the middle of it. He did all he could humanly do to end it last year after 67 years. 6 postseason starts, winning 4 of them, a 1.83 ERA. It was a historic postseason last year in that regard for Corey Kluber. And as we talked about yesterday, he is not a one-man band this season. Bauer was brilliant yesterday. Carrasco's healthy, unlike last year. The strike to Sanchez to make it 3-1. It is that man Carlos Carrasco in game 3, and the Bronx Sunday night will be opposed by right-hander Masahiro Tanaka, the Yankees. As Sanchez sends one off the end of the bat into the opposite field, a 1-out base hit. Well, we didn't necessarily see the quadrant discussion come into play on Aaron Judge in the 3rd, but we did see velocity play a role in Kluber striking him out, and as promised, Tom Verducci has a little bit more on that.
Yeah, it reminds me of a PBS program. Upstairs, downstairs, you really need to change eye levels, but also change velocity, because he absolutely hammers average fastballs. An average fastball these days is 93 miles an hour. So you better come in with velocity or under the hitting speed. That's what they did with him last night. 23 pitches, 21 of them over the average fastball velocity or below 84 miles an hour. Kluber, though, he will not see the mid to upper 90s, so he has to locate more than use velocity.
There's Didi Gregorius now with 1 out, 1 on.
Can I give you one more amazing statistic on Kluber? I mean, I could fill this up every inning.
Yeah.
That's the 2nd hit all year after a 3-0 count. After the count gets to 3-0. Now, granted,
doesn't go there very often.
Doesn't go there very often, and you would think some of those might be a walk.
On the ground, hot shot to first. Santana knocked it down. Kluber was right there to cover, but Santana's upset with himself. Thought he may have had an opportunity to start a double play there. Instead, the Yankees, or the Indians rather, settle with the 1 out. Let's send you back to the MLB Network studios and check in with Greg Amsinger for an update.
Yeah, Matt, thank you. This Geico Studio update takes us to Houston. Correa went deep. Springer went deep. Keuchel was great through 5 2/3. The Astros beat the Red Sox 8-2. Take a commanding 2-0 series lead as it heads back to Boston. Matt, John, back to you.
Well, Greg, thanks. Again, more Astros firepower in that one. Drew Pomeranz suffering the same kind of fate that Chris Sale did yesterday. Bullpen cracks, and the Astros are flying high.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering who's the first road team to win in this postseason. You know, could it be the Yankees today? Will it be one of the teams playing later tonight? So far, it's been all home victories.
Here's Starlin Castro down with the first offering to hit his foul back. Well, I'll say this about what the Yankees have done so far in the postseason. The 2 highest innings pitch counts by a starter in this postseason, Kluber today and Irvin Santana in the wild card game, both happened against the Yankees. And as we know, the Yankees have made their hay these last number of years, and this predates Joe Girardi's arrival as a manager. They've made their hay with long plate appearances. It's a part of the Yankee DNA.
Well, in a game like this, we already touched on it, but you need a 2-out RBI. You need to take advantage of things you know you're not going to get a lot of opportunities at. They already took advantage of an error and a 2-run homer. But on the flip side, the Yankees couldn't take care of CeCe in some of the plays that they were able to make. So Castro would love to tie this game up, possibly with a 2-out hit.
And now Gomes is going to go out and visit with Kluber.
I'm telling you, I mean, in this job, obviously catching up on teams, what we get to do, I watch games, and I haven't seen in the 5 games that I watched Kluber pitch, I haven't seen 4 bad pitches. And we've seen more today than we've seen, and I've seen in a lot. And he's just off just a little bit with his release and consistency and getting underneath some of these pitches. So the Yankees are in position, working the pitch count up, to having more confidence against a guy that has been locked into your point for 9 straight games.
This will be the 70th pitch of the night from Corey Kluber. 2-1 to Castro is bounced past Lindor into left center field. Sanchez comes around to score, and the Yankees have pulled even at 3. Starlin Castro is off to a terrific ALDS. 4 for 5 and a big RBI that knots us up in the 3rd.
Joe loves this about his team. They're resilient. I mean, the sky is falling everywhere else, but not in that clubhouse. And not with Joe Girardi. He never panics. And he wants his team to feel like in every way they can grind out and do the things that they do best. And right now, this hasn't been the most, I don't know, couldn't have predicted this kind of score in the 3rd inning.
No.
But what the Yankees need for success, they're doing every bit of it right now to create just a little bit of doubt.
Greg Bird lines the ball into right. Bruce plays it on a hop. Castro to the next station. Six Yankee hits in just 2 2/3.
And now that's going to get the bullpen for Terry Francona moving around. We're going to see one more visit. We were going to see more visits today than we've seen in 3 months for Kluber, who really extends the game better than anybody.
We'll be right back.
I found the perfect stone for your ring coming this afternoon. No.
When the unexpected strikes,
don't worry, we've got you covered.
the Hartford strikes back.
Well, it's been almost 2 months since Corey Kluber last allowed 3 or more runs in a game. And as John mentioned, that gets Tyler Olson up a lot sooner than any of us would have expected in the Indians bullpen. Well, another opportunity with Aaron Hicks and runners in scoring position. Hicks had runners at the corners and 2 out in the 1st and struck out. Runners at 1st and 2nd, 2 out with a run in here in the 3rd. And strike 1. Jacoby Ellsbury waiting on deck should Hicks have 2-out success. Hicks hit only 2 1/4 with the runners in scoring position this year.
Hold outside.
Yeah, his season was a strange one in that prior to the oblique injuries, which cost him nearly 2 months at time, he was off to a career year. Still finished with a career best 15 home runs and 52 driven in. But wasn't able to dial up the pre-injury form as easily at season's end. 2-1 to him now.
The Yankees have done a great job making him work. He's not swinging at everything that comes out of his hand, which tells you he's been just a little bit off, getting it into workable counts. A lot of 2-1s, 3-0s, 3-1s. Great game plan so far and great results because of it.
Two balls and a strike to Aaron Hicks. 2-2 now. Hicks, a former first rounder with the Minnesota Twins.
Kluber going through the computer checklist in his mind, trying to focus on where he wants this ball to end up, and ideally you'd like to be in his back foot.
2 balls and 2 strikes. A run in with 2 gone. Hicks well hit to right. Bruce can only watch, and that one's gone. A season-high 6 earned runs on Corey Kluber's watch. The Yankees reclaim the lead. And that will be all for Major League Baseball's ERA leader. An early exit for Corey Kluber, and a Yankee dugout full of life in Game 2. This postseason, there's a new leader in network. T-Mobile, America's best unlimited network. Back with Tom Verducci and Hall of Famer John Smoltz, Matt Vasgersian here in Cleveland, and a 6-3 Yankee lead. CC Sabathia back to work in the 3rd. The face Carlos Santana, Jay Bruce, and Austin Jackson. Boy, a lot has happened in 2.5 innings. 2-run home run by Gary Sanchez started the scoring. Edwin Encarnacion removed after an ugly-looking injury at the second base bag. The initial word from the Cleveland dugout was a sprained ankle. He's being evaluated further at a local hospital. We know this for sure. He is not available today. And you hate to think about having Encarnacion gone for any extended period of time. Michael Brantley has taken his place at DH. The other side of the scorecard finds more Yankee offensive damage against Corey Kluber, who could not complete 3 innings in this one. Gary Sanchez a part of it with a home run, and that guy a bigger part of it with a 3-run shot.
Well, we talked about the theme in the open, and it really is the theme of the series. Power pitching against the power hitting of the Yankees, and first game easily the Indians won. And so far Game 2, the formula for the Yankees is winning out. A 3-run homer and a 2-run homer against the game's best. In these kind of series, in a postseason atmosphere, don't listen to the noise if you're the players. Don't get caught up in the storylines. It is literally the game-to-game that you have to play. It's an old cliche, but it works.
Santana rolls one out to shortstop for Gregorius, and out number 1. First time that CC Sabathia has retired the leadoff hitter in this one.
Because, you know, if it's a regular season, I think the Yankees came in here with a 4-game series. They lost the first 2 and won the next 2, right? That's the way it works, and it's so magnified as the postseason that you lose Game 1, you got the numbers that we spit out, 72% win Game 1. But things don't always fall the way they should, and Joe Girardi understands that, and we talked to him, and he's not wavering at all.
There's Jay Bruce now with 1 gone. He lined into that double play in the first. So here's another theme. You know, the postseason features some of the best starting pitchers in the game. How then do you think the top 3 in American League's ERA fared in their first starts this postseason? We're talking about Corey Kluber, Chris Sale, and Luis Severino, the top 3 ERAs in the circuit.
Yeah, they didn't do very good.
A combined 8 innings and an 18 ERA. Kluber went 2 2/3. Sale went 5. That was the longest. He allowed 7 earned yesterday. And Severino, as we recall in the wild card game, only recorded 1 out. Bruce is late, and it's 2-1.
Well, with Kluber, I mean, you know, there's not much you can say. It's just was not his night, and he had the extra day of rest, which he won't have. He'll be on regular rest if they get to a Game 5 or have to play a Game 5. And we'll say this, what I thought was so interesting and discussed kind of worldwide through the talk radio when we first found out Bauer was pitching. Then we found out, okay, Kluber Game 2, Game 5. Potential weather today. It hasn't played the the effect we thought it was. There's potential weather in New York, so you never know, even if you plan it and calculate it, how it's going to work.
Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes to Jay Bruce. I've heard you talk about this for years, what a different animal it is in the postseason.
Yep.
There's stress pitches from the top of the first on. It's just you can't take at-bats off. Chad Green continues to throw. Three-2 to Bruce. Swinging a high drive out to right. Judge back at the wall with room to make the catch.
And you know, Matty, it's like we're running out of the veteran pitchers who are used to being able to handle and go deep in the game. So you're talking about starters who look over their shoulder all the time thinking, I got to be perfect or the pen's coming in. And this type of game, certainly for CC, you can understand a different pitcher and a loaded pen. But the angst for managers today to go right to a fresh arm or a guy who throws 98 is a difficult proposition to continue to do every single time. It'll come down, and I said it again, this series will come down to whose starters are more effective. They give the pen less work because both pens are really good.
Take a look at some of the numbers on CC this season, averaging just under 87 pitches a start. At age 37, he is not what he was certainly when he was here as an Indian for the first 7.5 years of his career. That's not to say he's any less effective. He's coming off a fantastic regular season, his best since 2012, the last time he was an All-Star. He's been in the postseason 7 of his 17 major league campaigns. And a strike to Austin Jackson to put him behind 0-2. First 7.5 years of his career here, traded to the Brewers at the deadline in 2008. Went 11-2 in 17 starts with Milwaukee that year, and almost single-handedly pushed them into the playoffs.
He did.
He was a Yankee the following year. They won a World Series, and he has been in the Bronx ever since. And a called strike 3 taken by Jackson. CC's first 1-2-3 inning of the night. Still a 6-3 Yankee lead. This is the Deuce on ALDS on MLB Network. Welcome back to the Deuce on ALDS on MLB Network with Hall of Famer John Smoltz and Tom Verducci. Matt Vasgersian here at Progressive Field, and a 6-3 Yankee lead. New York trying to even up this best-of-5 series and send this back to the Bronx for Game 3. All tied at 1 apiece. It's going to be Todd Frazier leading things off in the 4th. Frazier, Gardner, and Judge against Tyler Olson, who came on in the 3rd to finish business after Corey Kluber could not complete 3 innings tonight. Frazier with a sharply hit ground ball for Lindor, and there's 1 away. Between innings, Tom Verducci had a chance to visit with Indians manager Terry Francona.
Terry Francona, it's been a long time since you've seen Corey Kluber struggle like that. What happened?
You know, right off the bat, you could tell he was fighting his command, and it cost him a couple runs in the 1st. And then, you know, the hope is he'll find it. And it looked like, you know, in the 2nd inning, started to put it together. But when you see him throwing that many pitches, and he just couldn't put hitters away, you know, I mean, if it's anybody else, he's probably out before that, but there's just so much faith in Kluber. You think he's going to find a way to reel it in. Now, we've still got a lot of baseball today, so we got to keep going.
So going to your bullpen in the 3rd inning, how are you set up to hold the game to give you a chance to come back?
Well, I mean, we got guys down there. I mean, we got Clevenger, you'll see in a minute, Shaw and Salazar. I mean, we got to keep fighting. And, you know, you can't take a deep breath, you know, like you got punched in the stomach. We got to keep fighting.
Terry, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, Mike Clevenger is up, has been up, and would be the next in line behind Olson, who's retired both of the hitters he's faced and is in front of Brett Gardner 0-2.
Olson's just one of those guys that's sneaky. Nothing really kind of jumps out with the stuff that he has. Good late movement. Nice little break. Just enough to get it out of the hitter's timing. His ERA speaks for himself.
Yeah, 0's pretty good. This is a guy that's used to getting it done quickly, and it began with his first ever at bat in the big leagues. April of 2015. Pitching for the Mariners. And Tyler got into the ball game, threw one pitch, turned a double play off the bat of Eric Ibar, and then became the only man who had ever finished a game in a major league debut by throwing just one pitch. Comebacker for him. And there are 2 away. And that's going to be off for the left-hander after his 1 inning of work. By design, Terry Francona will go to the bullpen. And we're going to see this walk a few more times before the night's all through. 2 outs, bases empty. A pitching change for Mike Clevenger, and we'll be right back. 3 appearances of the regular season came out of the bullpen in anticipation of a moment just like this. Mike waged a career high with 12 wins this year, a 3.11 ERA in the top 10 among those with at least 100 innings of work. A fine regular season for Mike Clevenger, and he'll be asked to bridge some middle innings here tonight in game 2. Aaron Judge has walked and struck out tonight, and Clevenger starts him with a strike.
Firm fastball, as you see, 94 to 96 mile an hour four-seamer. He's got a slider, his kill pitch, and a curveball. Curveball, you see, has more of a 12-6 action. He's got a change-up, primarily will throw it against left-handers, but he's amped up, as you can imagine, coming out of the pen.
A ball and 2 strikes to count to Judge. 1 career meeting between these two. It came in August, and it resulted in a 3-run home run.
There's that amped up. You know, as a starter during that stretch, he was one of the forgotten guys. He was unbelievable during the winning streak.
He was.
I think his 4th game, he finally gave up a run or some crazy number. So, you know, out of the pen, the dynamics are different. I'm sure the last week helped him. But you get into your routine as a starter, you're more comfortable with your velocity. As a reliever now, you're more amped up. And you get more of that. You don't trust that you can make the pitches, because as a starter, you probably have 50 pitches to get ready for a game, and you go through the game 5-6 innings. He probably got, what, 20, 25 pitches down in the pen, and go get them. Another 3-2 count for Judge.
From 0-2 to 3-2, and the payoff pitch misses for ball 4. So Clevenger loses Judge on the walk, and now it's Gary Sanchez.
I'm telling you, for those who don't know what this pressure's like and haven't been through a lot of postseason games like Judge hasn't, to come off of a 4-strikeout game in his game 1 of the division series, and really to get 2 huge walks. I know he struck out once. That is coming a long way mentally to deal with not putting the ball in play in game 1.
Ball outside.
A ball and no strikes to Gary Sanchez, who has singled and hit a 2-run home run tonight. The new young core of the Yankees playing a major role in this one. Strike on the corner, 1-1. The Yankees this year had over 100 home runs hit by players 25 years or younger. And that's the most in one season in franchise history.
And you know what's amazing, Matt, is, you know, I know a lot of left-handed pitchers seem to be bunched on the same teams, but the Yankees haven't done what I thought they would do against left-handers. You would think they would mash left-handers, hit a ton of home runs with all that right-handed power. It's actually the opposite. They crush right-handers when they make mistakes and hit a ton of home runs off of right-handers as opposed to the left-handed pitcher. Well, we're going to go back to that home run, and StatCast powered by ALDS is going to tell us exactly on this slider that stayed in the zone. And it looked like he got it off the end of the bat, but he is so strong. See, he didn't have to generate much. And look at the exit velocity, the launch angle, and the distance that it went. That's a guy, I'm telling you, Everyone can talk all they want about his defense or lack of it. I'm sorry, he needs to catch for the New York Yankees, and you can put up with the improvement over time because his offense is that good. And people ask me, hey, how would it be like throwing to him with you as a slider pitcher? I just know that I got to make better pitches because he's going to learn how to be a better defensive catcher. So quick jumping off the fence here with everybody thinking that this guy, Sanchez, is the root of some of these wild pitches.
Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. I mean, it's scary to think of what his final line would have been like this year without having missed a month with a biceps injury. Finished with 33 home runs. Remember what he did last year? He almost won Rookie of the Year just by coming up after the All-Star break.
I'm telling you, he's a stud. And yes, does he need work defensively? Yeah, that will come. He's a young player. Some of the guys he's had to catch are the toughest guys to catch, period.
Finishes off a scoreless inning. Middle of the 4th in Cleveland with the Yankees still on top 6-3. As a proud sponsor of Major League Baseball, Evan Williams is giving you a chance to win an all expenses paid trip to the 2017 World Series. Go to evanwilliams.com/World Series sweepstakes to learn more. The streets are eerily quiet outside Progressive Field, as one would hope, when all the action is indoors, or at least in the ballpark. Yan Gomes leads things off against CC Sabathia. Indians trailing by 3 last of the 4th. Back with John Smoltz and Tom Verducci, Matt Vasgersian, Gomes, Urshela, and Lindor in the home half of inning number 4. CC Sabathia has retired 5 in a row, coming off his first 1-2-3 inning of the game back in the 3rd.
Yeah, it's rare when we set up trying to talk about keys for each pitcher that we rarely have a game where we don't check any of the boxes. CC has the chance to check one of those boxes that I thought would be a key, and that's get through 4. And if he can do that, then the luxury of going out there and pitching batter to batter will probably be in the mind of Joe Girardi. If you told somebody that CC was going to give up 2 in the 1st, 1 in the 2nd, and in the 4th you'd have a 3-run lead, you go, come on, seriously, really?
Against Corey Kluber.
Yeah, really?
Still 1-2 to Yan Gomes.
But the reason I've liked this series, and I've anticipated this series ever since the season ended, you've got 3 pitchers for the Indians that are on fire and kind of pitch the same way. They spin it. So the more the Yankees get to see it and the more they get to work the counts and see the similar type pitching, I think it adds to the Yankees' advantage if they can win one of these games, obviously.
Ball outside.
But on the flip side, if you execute like Cleveland has, then it puts the Yankees' power at basically no. Whereas the Yankees have different ways to attack the Indians. You've already seen 3 different pitchers. They're going to see 3 different pitchers in 3 games. Sonny Gray different, obviously, than CC. Tanaka different than all 3.
A swing and a miss by Gomes, and the first man's retired in the 4th. Well, we're talking about best case scenarios for CC Sabathia from a speculation standpoint. Between innings, I had a chance to ask his manager Joe Girardi the same question.
You know, you'd like to get 5 or 6 out of him if you can. I mean, we'll go hitter by hitter and see where he's at. But if we could do that, that would be great. And then we wouldn't have to use these guys for multiple innings in a sense.
Talk about Aaron Hicks a little bit, a guy who was so good for you before the oblique injury. Big swing of the bat for you there.
Yeah, really big. He had 2 of them. He did each side. He did one on a swing, and then he came back and did the other one trying to make a catch in center field. But he's played pretty well since he's been back, and that's why he's been playing.
Appreciate the visit, Joe. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, guys.
Joe Girardi's a guy that can't stand still during a game. I mean, putting a headset on him, getting him corralled for 30 seconds like that is tough, just because his wheels are constantly turning, as his legs are. He's staying in the same spot very often. Here's Giovanni Urshela now, with 1 gun and the bases empty in the 4th. You talked about the winning streak a moment ago and Mike Clevenger's role in it when the Indians reeled off 22 straight to reset an American League record. Urshela was the only player to appear in the first 21 of the 22. As a result, he was viewed as something of a good luck charm.
Yeah.
He didn't play in game 22. The Indians won that one. Then they lost the next night. And here he is starting at third base in the division series, not just because he's a good luck charm, it's because he's a great defender, and they've given him an opportunity to swing the bat a little more regularly, and he's responded to that as well. He's even at 2-2 now.
Well, he's dazzled the Indian fans as his manager defensively. He's made some gems no matter where he's playing. And the bonus will be offensively. If he can get a couple of hits, Terry will take it.
Ball up. A full count to him now. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Top of the order, Francisco Lindor waiting next. He's reached on an error and been intentionally walked. Sabathia set down 6 in a row. Here's his 3-2 home to Urshela. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts. 3 straight dating back to the 3rd.
This is the part of the lineup CC getting in rhythm. Keeping people off the base for Lindor, Kipnis, and Ramirez, a key recipe. And again, that slider, that late-breaking slider, is a key pitch for CC. You know, when this matchup started, you get enthralled, rightfully so, for Kluber. And a lot of people don't believe in individual wins, so whatever floats your boat. But the Indians won 20 games that Kluber started. The Yankees won 19 that CC started. The numbers are different. The formulas are different. Those are team wins.
Yeah, and not to mention is Lindor takes a strike. If there's going to be anybody that's familiar with the difference between the regular season and the post, it's a guy like CC Sabathia with 17 years of salt in the game. This is his 19th career postseason assignment. A strike to Lindor to put him behind 0-2. I mean, don't look now, but CC's climbing up on these career leaderboards, which give him some Cooperstown leaning consideration down the road.
Yeah, absolutely.
The game's active innings leader, the active strikeout leader in baseball. He's 18th on the all-time strikeout list. And up the middle, handled by Castro. Throw to first is a half step better than the charge of Lindor. Back-to-back. 1, 2, 3 innings. 7 in a row altogether, set down by Sabathia. To the 5th, still 6-3 Yankees. MLB Network telecast is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com to see how much you could save. Welcome back to Cleveland. Still a 6-3 lead for the Yankees as Mike Clevenger continues. He recorded the final out in the 4th. On an unseasonably warm night in Cleveland. A little humid, a little rainy. Perfect night for a brat. Close your eyes, you think you're in Milwaukee for a minute. 0-2 the count to Gregorius. Didi followed by Castro and Bird, middle of the order here. And this has been a productive part of the order for the Yankees. Castro in particular with 4 hits in the series so far. Gregorius batting cleanup tonight as he did last night and as he did really for the final month and a half of the regular season. Still the ball on 2 strikes.
Yeah, he's just done such a nice job. I think the progression of this player defensively was never going to be. It might start off a little slow, but his defense speaks for itself. It's the offense, ability to fight off good pitches, pitch deep in the count, lay off of pitches like that. You know, he may not have the new age stats where he hits the ball 420 feet for his home runs, but he still hits enough home runs.
Check out the 2-strike approach, guys. Spreads out, chokes up on the bat, takes the lower half out of the equation. You saw the first 2 swings. He's down on the knob, a little bit of a toe tap, looking to hit the ball yard. Now he's one of the few hitters in the game, and as a cleanup hitter with a legit 2-strike approach.
Full count pitch to him. And Clevenger loses him on ball 4. So that's 2 of the 3 batters that Clevenger's faced that have reached on the base on balls. Leadoff walk in the 5th.
I know a lot of things don't carry over from game to game, but what I was impressed in, even in a 4-0 loss, the at-bats they had against Andrew Miller, some of the Yankees working the count, making him throw a lot of pitches, seeing a lot of pitches. And it's been similar to the approach tonight off of Kluber. Recognizing, okay, maybe he doesn't have his best stuff, wait for the count, wait for a certain pitch. So yes, the Yankees swing for the downs and might strike out a lot, but they grind out enough at bats, and it's paying dividends in game 2.
There's Starlin Castro. He's been one of the big problems for Cleveland pitching so far in this series. Takes strike 1. It also speaks to the depth of the Yankee lineup and the choices that Joe Girardi has. When we were looking at that graphic that told us Didi Gregorius has hit cleanup 42 times this year, the guy who's next on the list, Matt Holliday, hasn't had an at-bat yet. He's one of the game's most prolific RBI men over the last decade. Chase Headley had a great at-bat yesterday, a 12-pitch at-bat late in the game. He's a non-starter today. The 0-2 to Castro, swung on and missed. And Clevenger takes care of him on 3 pitches.
Castro anticipating, like the other sliders, that might break over the plate. It backed up and tied him up, actually. He's really good out over the plate. You saw what he did against Kluber's 2-strike slider. Watch this one back up. He's anticipating this supposed to break. Once you recognize the spin, and he tries to pull his hands in. But nothing can be done. It was not the intended target on that slider, I can assure you.
Cut fastball specialist Brian Shaw is up in the bullpen. Terry Francona told us before the game today that Shaw was going to get in there and pitch regardless of the score and the situation. First pitch to Bird, misses inside.
Clevenger's got such a funky action with his delivery. It actually makes his fastball look firmer than it is. A lot of legs, arms, upper body, and then the ball gets on you quick. See a good view here maybe of just what's going on.
Swing and a miss by Bird puts him 1-1. Yeah, Mike Clevenger to the eyes is he's part Jacob deGrom, part Aaron Harang. But mechanically, I don't think he's either one of those guys because he's long and herky-jerky, much more so than the 2 aforementioned.
Maybe it's just me and paying attention more from the booth. I've never seen more guys as they finish a pitch look like with their push-off leg, they're kicking a field goal. Like you see Rich Hill do it all the time.
Yeah, it was the first guy that popped in my mind when you started saying that.
And the way that these guys are being taught to kind of unload and fire the ball at full max. We watch his push-off leg when he lands, the amount of force he's going forward, especially on a fastball and slider. He hooked it. You see that? He hooked that one. That field goal.
2 balls and 2 strikes to count to Greg Bird. With 1 out, Aaron Hicks waiting on deck. He of the 3-run home run in the 3rd. And a full count. Boy, I mean, you talk about your 3 true outcomes. Clevenger has faced 4 batters prior to Bird, 2 strikeouts, 2 walks, and now he's full count to Greg Bird, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
That's going to be it right here. This is going to be the last pitch.
The 3-2 with the runner going is swinging a high drive to right field. Bruce gives this one a look, and this one is gone. The third Yankee homer of the night. 8-3 New York.
That is going to be the last pitch. That was one of the highest non-curving home runs I've seen in a while. Of course, Greg Bird, timing is everything. Didn't start the year the way he wanted, but so far so good the last 3 weeks.
Well, that's exactly why he's in the lineup. The pop one, despite the 190 batting average. Mike Clevenger's gone. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, and a 2-run home run. An 8-3 Yankee lead, and we'll be right back. Well, the New York Yankees have really flexed their muscle in this one. 3 home runs for the 2nd time already this postseason, and they have forced another Hartford pitching change, this time for right-hander Brian Shaw, who since 2013 has had his number called out of the bullpen more often than anybody in baseball.
And I don't think he can throw a baseball straight. Everything he throws, cuts, moves, a lot of action, going at the hitter.
Aaron Hicks, the first to face him. He has struck for one of the 3 long balls tonight. 2-run home runs by Gary Sanchez and Greg Bird, and a 3-run shot from this man. Seems to be the formula for the Yankees this fall. 3 home runs. They beat the Twins in the wild card game. 3 home runs and a big lead tonight. That's lined the other way softly for Jackson. And now number 2.
Well, StatCast powered by AWS is going to talk about this majestic home run that Bird hit. This ball did not curve, but it was launched way up in the air. He just throws his hands to the barrel of the bat. Looking at this live, I kept thinking it's got a curve, but you see the height. Max height, 137. You see the distance, and then the exit velocity. Greg Bird. He knew when he hit it at home run distance, but did he know it was going to stay fair?
Yeah, that was the only question after that swing. Here's Jacoby Ellsbury now with 2 out. Ellsbury's 0 for 2 tonight. And dating back to the close of the regular season, just 5 for his last 36 as he takes a strike. Entering the wild card game on Tuesday, the last time the Yankees enjoyed a 3-home-run postseason game was in Game 5 of the 2010 ALCS, when Curtis Granderson, Robinson Cano, and Nick Swisher all went deep. Ellsbury goes around. It's 1-2. And a call, strike 3 as Ellsbury straightened up to end the inning. 2 more on a 3rd Yankee home run tonight gives New York their biggest lead of the evening, as now we send you back to the MLB Network studios for deeper coverage presented by T-Mobile. Back inside Progressive Field, 3 Yankee home runs tonight have propelled the visiting Yankees to an 8-3 lead as we start the bottom of the 5th. Still lots of baseball to be played tonight as CC Sabathia goes back to work. We'll get Jason Kipnis to lead off the home half of the 5th. Kipnis, Ramirez, and Brantley for the Indians. CC Sabathia has retired the last 8 that he has faced. Back-to-back 1-2-3 innings.
That's weird, you know, Harold having that dream. I had a dream last night. We got in late. We had a quick turnaround. I thought I was hosting MLB tonight. You know, actually hosting it and spending a lot of time in the makeup room on my hair. And then, obviously, that wasn't the case. Greg Amsinger and Harold having fun. And the Yankees are having fun.
Yeah, they are. Tonight's continuing what has been a postseason theme. Expect the unexpected when a staff ace takes the ball. Corey Kluber unable to finish 3 innings tonight.
And I'll just tell you, the stress on Joe Girardi just went way down. 8-3. Now you can steal an inning. Now you don't have to wait batter to batter and have your guys on the whim, on the call at any time there's trouble.
Swing and a miss by Kipnis. 9 in a row retired by Sabathia.
Well, he's been in rhythm ever since the first inning. He got his slider going, and that slider has been a big reason why the Indians have not barreled anything up lately. CC really in command now. The lead helps, no doubt. Every pitcher wants to pitch with the lead.
Here's Jose Ramirez now with 1 away. Ramirez tonight has walked and popped into foul territory. We talked about him yesterday in the opener about the amazing parity or balance, if you will, in his numbers. Almost the same right-handed as left-handed. Home and road. A shot to third that Frazier gets to. We go down to Tom Verducci for more on the balance, quote unquote, of Jose Ramirez.
Yeah, I think that balance, Matt, is why he's such a good off-speed hitter. He got the fastball right there, but when you watch this guy against changeups in fastball counts designed to get a hitter out in front, look how he is on balance. Another fastball count, try to fool him with a changeup, on balance, hits it out of the park. He has hit .361 this year against changeups. That is the 3rd best batting average in baseball. As you mentioned, balance both sides of the plate, but the physical balance makes him such a tough out.
Yeah, maybe that's why CC Sabathia has kept that pitch in his pocket a little more than what we expected tonight. Here's Michael Brantley now. Sabathia struck him out in their one and only meeting back in the 2nd. Hard to ignore the backstory here, and we kind of set it up earlier, the fact that when CC Sabathia was sent from the Indians to the Brewers in the middle of the 08 season, Michael Brantley was a part of the compensation package. A 1 hopper to second, another 1-2-3 inning for Sabathia, who has retired 11 in a row. Enjoy every postseason moment with MLB.com @bat, the #1 app for live baseball. The only place to get it all. Video highlights, pitch tracking, StatCast, and more. Download @bat today. And a reminder, official caps, t-shirts, hoodies, jackets, and more. Celebrate your favorite team with the latest postseason gear at MLB.com shop. Todd Frazier leads things off in the Yankee half of inning number 6 with a base hit back up the middle. A bat that died happy for Frazier's 2nd hit of the game.
Right back now for New York, left fielder Brett Gardner.
So we went on the air talking about the starting pitching matchup, and it has turned into a run-scoring bonanza. CC's done his part to limit the damage, but Corey Kluber allowing the 6 runs on 7 hits in just 2 2/3.
Yeah, CC really picking up his team. My gosh, when you think about, even though with the day off tomorrow, but he can provide the less double inning reliever out, appearances. Whoa.
Here's Brett Gardner now with the runner on, and the first pitch squirts through Gomes, but not far enough away for Frazier to advance. But think about the way CC kind of turned the corner in this thing. I mean, it looked like the 2 lineups were just going to go back and forth all night, but after the Indians took the 3-2 lead and had the bases loaded with Jose Ramirez at the plate, one of their best run producers, CC kicked it into gear. He's faced 11 batters since then and gotten 11 outs.
Yeah, that big pop-up with the slider really got his slider going too, and we'll be able to show you later about the slider and how effective it's been against the Indian hitters.
And on the other side, the Yankees doing to Corey Kluber what generally doesn't happen when a Cy Young Award winner takes them out of the postseason.
It happens to everybody, but it just doesn't happen very often at all to Kluber. When I tell you it looks like he plays catch on the mound, that's when everything's in sync. And when he gets underneath, you could see, and even Terry said in the first inning, it looked like his command was off. He was underneath his sinker, which therefore you get to the side of your slider. He'll correct that, and if given another opportunity to pitch in Game 5, which will be here, you'll see a much different Corey Kluber. That's why tonight was so important for the Yankees. If they could hold off this and win this game, you got to feel great going home.
Still the ball and 2 strikes on Brett Gardner. Teams that are up 1-0, as the Indians are, had won 14 of the 16 series when they had a Cy Young Award winner going in Game 2. What happens in this series is still yet to be determined. But the Yankees have really put a wrinkle in the plan with the 8 runs tonight. 2-2 to Gardner now.
By the way, 2017 Cy Young Award winner too.
You're pretty confident about that. Most people are.
Yeah.
That Kluber finished so strong and kind of passed sail in the minds of many. Chopper up the middle for Lindor. And turns into a routine double play ball.
Well, this is part of what we normally don't see, and you're going to see it's about location. Kluber, as we put together this rip, only one of these pitches is a decent enough one, but that is where you start elevating the ball for the hitters. This is the one good one, a little cheap hit, but for the most part, we're not used to seeing that slider be flat, that 2-seamer be flat, and the cutter not have the action that bores in on left-handers. So for Kluber, again, you wouldn't know if he shut the guys out tonight or gave up the runs he did. He's not going to show it, but you know internally he's going to fix it. And they'll have a side session, and he'll be right back on point if his team needs him for Game 5.
Here's Aaron Judge now, 2 walks and a strikeout on his line. He is looking for his first hit of this series, 0 for 5. A ball and a strike to Judge. You know, we talked about how Gary Sanchez kind of took the world by storm in his brief audition last year. That was not the case for Judge. A ground ball to Lindor, and before we have a chance to finish that thought, it's a quick inning in the hand of Brian Shaw. Headed to the bottom of inning number 6 with the Yankees still on top by 5. Welcome back to the Doosan ALDS on MLB Network with Hall of Famer John Smoltz and Tom Verducci. Matt Vasgersian here at Progressive Field. Visiting Yankees off to an 8-3 lead in this one, and CC Sabathia has kept the Indians tied up ever since around the 2nd inning. Sabathia has retired 11 in a row as he goes to work in the bottom of the 6th on Carlos Santana. There is bullpen activity behind Sabathia here in the 6th. And I would imagine at this point, Chad Green, who's been up 3 times now in the Yankee bullpen, would have to be pretty sure he's going to get in the ball game.
Yeah, it was kind of a double whammy when you think about the air going out of the stadium. Besides Kluber not being sharp, Edwin Encarnacion with an ugly injury that doubled him off, and an instant replay review overturned double play. And the game has kind of lost its pizzazz for the Indians since then. And as you mentioned, CC has been on a roll.
3 balls and no strikes. He's fallen behind Carlos Santana. However, Santana got to him for a 2-run single in the 1st. Indians took a 3-2 lead in the 2nd, but it's been all Yankees since then. And there's ball 4 to Santana.
I would think one more hitter, as Green is probably not totally ready. But look at the sliders that got CC back into this. And it was the slider you mentioned to Ramirez. But when Brantley had to fill in for Encarnacion, he struck him out on sliders. You see the sliders are all swing and misses. And that's the pitch that he forgot. He got real comfortable with the touch of it. And that's the one that's gotten him on a roll. Facing Bruce, if he doesn't get him out, will be the one that gets him out of the game. But nonetheless, CC has been fantastic. And that 5 innings, 3 runs, putting his team in a, I would have to say, rather surprising 8-3 lead, considering
Yeah.
the notebook of stuff I had on Kluber.
Well, we're just going to have to keep that to ourselves until Game 5, should it be required. 0-1 the count to Jay Bruce, who is 0 for 2 tonight. 0-2 to Bruce here.
Now Frazier will move over, as you see in the bottom of your screen. Didi will play his traditional position with 2 strikes, and Frazier will be more of a middle second baseman, if you will.
And Bruce serves it right over to the shift. Gregorius is there to make the catch, and there's one gone. Hey, coming up later tonight on TBS, the action continues. The T-Mobile NLDS Game 1, Cubs Nationals at 7:30 Eastern, and then stay with TBS at 10:30 for Game 1 of the Diamondbacks and Dodgers. Clayton Kershaw on the mound for Los Angeles, and that will be all for CC Sabathia in this one. Terrific performance. CC coming off a 14-win campaign. It is amazing what this guy's accomplished this year. At the age of 37, coming off off-season winter knee surgery, his finest campaign since his last All-Star season of 2012, and has turned in the Yankees' best postseason start to date in 2017. A pitching change, and we'll be right back. Reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. A pitching change, the first of the night for the Yankees. CC Sabathia removed after 5 1/3. A great start by Sabathia tonight, and he gives way to the freshened up Chad Green, and there was some freshening up required after the great performance he gave the Yankees in the wildcard game Tuesday night. The line may look pedestrian. 2 innings of work, allowed a run on a hit, walked 2, struck out 4. But the time in which he was called and the circumstances of that performance would speak to the contrary.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's rare that you see a guy in the first inning in a playoff game and come and do what he did. And it's rare to see the kind of fastball that he has, the ability to have that life on it. Hitters don't pick it up. He's got a great arm. And I would say, you know, honestly, he really only needs, I mean, 2/3 would be nice, and then just keep giving a guy an inning to go. I don't think you have to stress him out anymore, but Joe Girardi would like to temper the innings that the relievers are used.
2 balls and a strike to Austin Jackson, who has singled and scored tonight.
And I'm more intrigued to see what last night's performance, as we see Chapman getting up early. I didn't see that or anticipate that. But what last night's performance of Betances did for the confidence of himself and Joe Girardi moving forward in this series.
2-2 to Austin Jackson.
Because as good as the bullpen is for the Yankees, and we've talked about it, and there's no real numbers to dispute that, it is phenomenal when Betances is in there. So he's been the forgotten man for obvious reasons. He has not commanded his fastball or shown the confidence. Last night he struck out the side. So maybe that goes a long ways.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Green's worked it even to 2-2 as Jackson sticks around with a foul ball. By the way, that appearance for Chad Green in the wild card game on Tuesday, the strikeouts came in order as the first hitters he faced. And in doing that, he became the first ever Yankee to strike out his first 4 postseason batters. Terrific numbers during the regular season. 5-0, 1.83 ERA, over 100 strikeouts in his 40 appearances. Part of a hard throwing staff.
Yeah, and because he was pushed that hard, and there was really, I don't know, 2 days off, but maybe more like a day and 3/4, you would expect the fastball to not be as electric, as sneaky, and Jackson's already gotten a couple good swings at it, but that's why I think he only has to do minimal work in today's game.
Still 2 balls and 2 strikes to Austin Jackson. Into right, and Judge is there, had him played perfectly for round number 2. The talk about the Yankees as a hard-throwing staff. It almost seems like you can say that about any staff these days, but not to the degree the Yankees throw it. Their average fastball velocity, the highest in the game. CC, who started tonight, might be the exception. He might be the outlier in the group. It seems as though everybody on this staff, starters, setup men, and of course the closer Chapman, who throws it at 102, is capable of mid-90s velo.
I'm quite surprised by that, to be honest. Chapman up that early. And that to me just says, okay, we're not going to let this inning get any closer. That might be the highest point of leverage that I might need him, but 8-3, I wouldn't think with the order or the way it is that would warrant that. But Joe's not going to take any chances and make sure.
Well, he's only entered a game before the 8th inning once all year, and I think it came when he had quote unquote lost his closer role, and they were just trying to give him some confidence outings after the All-Star break. He looks like he's, I don't know that he's playing catch. He looks like he's warming up to come to the game.
No doubt. No doubt. That's a little interesting.
David Robertson was the guy, and he went 3 1/3 in the wild card game. He was the one guy that Joe Girardi was still leaning toward giving an additional day to. And you can see David's just sitting down watching this one with the jacket on. A ball and 2 strikes to Yan Gomes.
Oh, I had you. I had you. Look at those guys next door to us. Those unbelievable, great, gifted John Shambi and Singleton. They absolutely panicked. It wasn't even close. I had you guys.
Our friends on ESPN Radio, they wanted. I don't know. I saw Boone diving for it. Still a ball and 2 strikes to Yan Gomes.
I just need another chance to redeem myself. I really do. I just want one more foul ball in a booth. That's it.
I just hope it comes when I'm not sitting next to you. Dive over me, elbows. Still a ball and 2 strikes to Gomes. Yankee pitching kind of flipping the script on the Indians lineup. It was a Yankee lineup yesterday that was limited to just 3 hits. Only 3 hits for Cleveland tonight. The runs came early. CC Sabathia completely shutting the door from the middle of the 2nd inning on. The next 1-2, and Gomes sends the ball into the left field corner, off the wall. Santana to 3rd. A booming double off the bat of Yan Gomes makes the 6th inning interesting.
Well, Brett Gardner might look like he made a normal play. It was not a normal play. He made a great pickup to stop this run from scoring. It was a tricky hop off the wall. And as I mentioned, Green not just having that extra gear for that fastball, they're getting some good swings. Watch this little kind of reaction. And the ball takes a skip, and that little move right there, that is the difference between a run scoring with 2 outs and the opportunity for now the Indians to have to get another hit for that run to score. I'm telling you, everybody thinks the human beings that are in these bullpens nowadays are machines, and they can keep going out there no matter what the scenario is. You're not conditioned to do this for this kind of intensity, and he put a lot of effort into that wild card game, and you could see just a little bit, at least I could see the life on the fastball is a little bit flatter, and they're going to buy a little time to make sure that he knows he's got this hitter, and then maybe that's it.
Quick conversation on the mound, and we'll be right back. David Robertson is now up in the Yankee bullpen. Chapman was up a moment ago. Robertson had his coat on. Didn't look like there was any urgency, but Robertson's the guy I'm throwing now. The pinch hitter is Lonnie Chisenhall, who is way behind a 96-mile-an-hour Chad Green fastball. Chisenhall started in left field yesterday for game 1.
See, that's what makes him good. That maybe the reminder was go out there and let your life just be natural. Forced velocity is not good for Chad Green. When you can sit there and look like he's barely throwing it and it's by the hitter, that's better. Maybe just a quick tip by Larry Rothschild was all he needed to get reset for this last hitter that I think he's going to face.
First Indians base runner since the 6th as Chisenhall sticks around on 0-2. Chisenhall 4 for 17 as a pinch hitter this year. He made the hits count. 9 pinch hit RBIs, tops in the circuit.
I love this kid's arm. I really think in the future he could be working into a starter's role. I know it didn't work out for his former team and they got him traded, but he develops that third pitch, and watch out, he's basically a fastball slider guy, and when given the proper rest, every time he's gone out he has dominated.
Santana the runner at third, Gomes at second after the 2-out double. And 0-2 to the pinch hitter Lonnie Chisenhall. Francisco Lindor waiting on deck. Still 0-2.
That was a really good pitch away, and he spoiled it. Sanchez can go a little farther. You would like to think that you could throw a slider down and in, but you really don't want to take the chance. See where this pitch is? Outer third. That's really good, and that's all he could do with it. When you locate a fastball at 97 out there, tough on the hitter. And the reason I wouldn't throw a slider is because he's not catching up to the fastball. So you change location and eye level. But if you make a mistake with the slider, you speed up his bat. Even as good of a slider that Green has.
Chisenhall has been the Indians' best hitter with runners in scoring position this year. A .314 average.
I know it gets frustrating for a pitcher because the guy, all he does is shorten up and foul the pitches off. But he's not seeing it. A bounce slider, no problem. But a slider that catches any part of the plate, that would be a problem.
The next 0-2. And that hit him. That loads the bases. An 0-2 pitch that hits Lonnie Chisenhall after a series of spoils and foul balls. He's on base, and they're now loaded for one of the best run producers in the game.
I think Sanchez thinks that hit the bat. Let's see. It hits the knob of the bat. Sanchez could hear the sound, and it hits the knob of the bat, and he somehow finds his glove. It's exactly what happened.
I don't know that it
hits the knob of the bat. He could tell as a catcher, he knows the difference in those sounds, and he right away went to his manager. But if they don't have conclusive, a spot where they can take the risk, he heard the sound.
That is a reviewable play, but the Yankees choose not to review it. And now it's Lindor with the bases loaded. Can the Indians do something with the opportunity?
Wow, you don't see that very often. You could tell by the reaction of the hitter, too, when he went to first base.
That's all for Chad Green, as Progressive Field sounds eerily like it did, no pun intended, for Game 7 of the World Series last year. A ballpark re-energized. We'll be right back. What a turn of events. A hit batsman, a controversial hit batsman at that. And then a grand slam, and all of a sudden it's a one-run ball game. First, the swing of the bat by Lindor.
And I mentioned the slider after the fastball that he has. It sped up the bat, and this is a guy who had 33 home runs. He absolutely squares it, and it was going to be a question of whether it stayed fair or not. This is way up on the foul pole, and then it catches the foul pole and catches the fans off their feet. You can see right there that has brought the Indians fans back to the stadium.
And now it's Jason Kipnis against the new pitcher for the Yankees, right-hander David Robertson, who gave the Yankees a Herculean relief effort in the wild card game, pitching a career-high 3 1/3. Wow, is there a lot to go back and review before the grand slam. A breaking ball's in for a strike. Kipnis behind 0-2. First, it was Lonnie Chisenhall fighting off a series of 0-2 pitches. As we take a look at Robertson's season numbers split between the White Sox and Yankees. Chisenhall keeps himself alive. Is hit by the pitch, though upon looking at it again, it appears that pitch hit the knob of the bat. It set up Lindor for the grand slam, and all of a sudden it's a one-run game. Robertson cools things off for the time being. But the crowd's back in it, the Indians are back in it, and we're headed to the 7th with a whole new storyline in Cleveland tonight. Technology at MLB.com/StatCast.
Wow. Wow.
Eric Gonzalez is the new third baseman for Cleveland as Brian Shaw continues. And Rob Thompson and Joe Girardi rather dejected as to the series of events that led to the grand slam. We'll explain that in a minute. One pitch and Gary Sanchez is retired. Let's take you back to the hit batsman when Lonnie Chisenhall was hit by the pitch. In the estimation of home plate umpire Dan Iassogna, it hit him. But if you look at it again, I'm not so sure it didn't just clip the knob of the bat.
Yeah, it's exactly what it did. And probably downstairs, the video replay guy is given a really quick 15 seconds to determine if that view was worth challenging, meaning did they have enough evidence of it. But irregardless of it, it was worth challenging because of the moment, even if you lost. And so that is going to be talked about if the Yankees aren't able to hold on and win. But, you know, a lot of creatures of habit. The catcher knows sounds, he knows situations, and the hitters usually give away certain situations. And the hitter gave nothing away there. So you try to read and hear, and Sanchez, I got to give him credit, he was on it right away. He said, no, 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 no. But ultimately it didn't get reviewed.
Pitch to Didi Gregorius, a one-hopper out to Lindor. And they're 2 away. Tom Verducci on the field. Did you see anything differently?
Hey, the same thing, that look of frustration on the face of Joe Girardi. It's surprising why it's not worth a challenge, just to see if it was in fact off the knob of the bat. Now the Yankees, better than any team in baseball at using the replay system. 75% of their challenges they won. In this case, they just didn't roll the dice on it.
So 2 gone now for Starlin Castro. Take a look at it again. I mean, to the naked eye, and Dan Iassogna came out so quickly, he was convinced that that ball hit Chisenhall.
And he surprised Chisenhall. I mean, Chisenhall didn't give anything away. He was like, okay, yeah, I got hit. I'm going down there. And I actually was trying to follow Chisenhall when he was talking to the first base coach, and nothing, I mean, nothing signified like, all right, just play it cool. I'm here.
5-run game. A call like that's made, and the absolute worst thing happens to the Yankees next.
No doubt. No doubt.
They're starting Castro now. With 2 gone.
And again, I know what Green and Sanchez were thinking. Bury a slider down and in. His fastball was starting to pick up that life, but he left it over the middle of the plate, and a perfect swing by Lindor. Wow.
Castro shatters his bat. Lindor backpedals on that to make the catch. And Brian Shaw responds with a shutdown inning in the top of the 7th. Up and stretching in Cleveland in a 1-run ball game. Matchups on TBS. It starts at 5:30 Eastern with the T-Mobile NLDS Game 2, Cubs and Nationals. Then at 9, stay with TBS for Game 2 of the Diamondbacks and Dodgers from Los Angeles. It's all coming up tomorrow on TBS. Jose Ramirez leads things off in a noisy Progressive field here in the last of the 7th. Ramirez followed by Brantley and Santana against David Robertson, who continues in relief of Chad Green. Robertson entered with 2 out after the grand slam of the 6th and struck out Jason Kipnis. A ball and a strike to Jose Ramirez, who has walked tonight.
I mean, this is just expect the unexpected today, right? I mean, just from the very beginning, nothing was on the play card for each manager as they plotted this game through.
Yeah, just like we planned it, right? Corey Kluber can't get through 3 innings tonight. CC Sabathia is brilliant, leaves in the 6th. Chad Green enters the game, who was completely shut down in the wild card game. A grand slam after a controversial call. There is no way we saw any of it coming tonight. A ball and 2 strikes on Jose Ramirez. Yes! Couldn't hold up. 1 gone in the 7th. Back-to-back strikeouts for David Robertson.
Nasty front door curveball on his back foot. You don't see a lot of these from Ramirez. This is supposed to be away, but he pulls it in the back of his back leg, and it actually works out for a better location pitch than where he intended it. And yes, he did. It's amazing in sports. Some sports you can easily see the momentum switch, and this drift of momentum jumps on the other team. Primarily in football, it's probably easier to see, but man, this stadium right here has had its moments.
Here's Michael Brantley now. Another aspect of this game, the loss of Edwin Encarnacion, who was injured in the 1st inning trying to get back to the second base bag and avoid being doubled up. He left with what was initially diagnosed as a sprained ankle and taken to a local hospital for further evaluation. Breaking balls in for strike.
The bottom order of the Yankees is coming up, and it would look like Andrew Miller will be coming in for the Indians. So the Indians trying to get their A squad in there.
One and 2 to Brantley.
And it didn't look like Miller would even be part of this equation.
Yeah.
To 3.
Well, Brian Shaw's been great. Two balls and 2 strikes to a career .299 hitter. We talked about the 2 DL stints this year for Brantley. He was unable to play in the postseason last year. In fact, his only postseason appearance prior to this season came back in 2013 when he went 1 for 4 in the wild card game. Chased a breaking ball in the dirt, a swing and a miss, and that's 3 strikeouts in 3 batters faced for David Robertson.
That knuckle curveball that made Robertson such a weapon. He's had that influence, if you can remember, of Rivera and the cutter, but it's that spiked curveball that he creates tilt from the top to the bottom. And the way he throws it, it's such an over-the-top delivery, creates a tough angle for the hitter. A shorter guy that has a really long stride, so he gets to home plate better than maybe Miller does. Think about his stride.
Carlos Santana now. He has singled in a pair of runs, walked, and scored tonight. The Yankees play Santana in a shift as they have throughout the series. A foul ball to make it 1-1. When New York bats in the 8th, they'll have Bird, Hicks, and Ellsbury left, switch left, and that would go a long way in explaining Andrew Miller being up in the Cleveland bullpen. We talked to Terry Francona about his usage before the game. Given that Miller pitched yesterday, Miller's good to go today. Not just a one at bat situation either. 1-2 to Santana now. All the best laid plans, right?
Yep.
Two and two now. Jay Bruce next. Should Santana keep the inning alive?
I mean, that's what I love and miss about this game. You can have your pre-planned script for a pitcher, for a manager, for a hitter, and then sometimes you got to instantaneously in-game switch because it's not working. Whatever that is you had planned going in, it's not working that given night.
Santana with an opposite field fly ball for Brett Gardner to make for a 1-2-3-7 by David Robertson. Robertson holds the lead to the 8th. Still 8-7 Yankees. To the top half of the 8th, and a pitching change for the Indians. Welcome back to Cleveland in a one-run game. Back with John Smoltz and Tom Verducci, Matt Vasgersian. Andrew Miller will appear in back-to-back games to start this series. 57 regular season outings, an ERA in the mid-1s, and he'll go to work here on Greg Bird to start the 8th.
Oh, the wheels are turning, and they must be turning in the Yankees dugout. And when and to get Chapman up, and whether they leave Robertson in for one more inning. Tough decisions.
Well, he didn't look like a guy that was giving up the microphone anytime soon between innings, as we had a camera watching him during the mid-inning break. And it's a 2-ball 1-strike count on Greg Bird. Miller again pitched yesterday. You can see no urgency among the late relief ranks with Betances and Chapman. Andrew went an inning yesterday, struck out 3 but walked it there. 2-2 to Greg Bird, who has homered tonight.
Bird was like, he's tough enough. He doesn't need 3 inches off the plate. Fastball away, followed by primarily a slider right here, you would think.
Andrew Miller was the secret weapon of the postseason last year. 2-0 with a save and a 1.40 ERA and 10 relief outings, which spanned from middle innings to late innings last season. Terry Francona had the right touch in using Miller at the high leverage situation each time. Line softly to third, knocked down by Gonzalez, who recovers and still gets his man.
Playing the shift in between short and third, but this ball's hit right to straightaway shortstop. And he's got to get over there, get a glove on it, knows that Bird is not fleet of foot, so he's got time.
So now Aaron Hicks will turn around and bat from the right side for the first time tonight. The 3-run home run came batting left-handed against Corey Kluber in the 3rd. There was a time that Aaron Hicks had abandoned the pursuit of switch hitting altogether. And it came early in his career as a young Minnesota Twin. We talked about how he was a #1 pick. That's headed toward the gap in short right center. Kipnis is there, so's Bruce, and Jay Bruce makes the catch. The dicey moments out there with Kipnis in pursuit. All 12 games of experience under his belt as a major league center fielder.
Yeah, even though he's played it in college, I would think that would be the most difficult thing. He'll make the day-to-day plays, but when the two outfielders are converting on the ball, that would be the uncomfortable scenario for Kipnis, I would think. Not been out there for a while, and he's tracking the ball, but also has to track Jay Bruce, who much bigger than him, even though Kipnis can hold his own.
So now a pinch hitter for Ellsbury. It'll be Chase Headley, the switch hitter, who'll dig in and bat right-handed against Andrew Miller with 2 out and nobody on. Headley with a shot up the third baseline for Gonzalez, and it's a quick top of the 8th by Andrew Miller. Still a 1-run game in Cleveland. This is the Deuce on ALDS on MLB Network, presented by Geico. It's been a wild one in Game 2 of the American League Division Series. The Yankees had an 8-3 lead. It's shrunk to just a single run after the grand slam by Francisco Lindor. CC Sabathia was brilliant tonight. Corey Kluber struggled, couldn't get out of the third. The Yankees have struck for 3 home runs. And again, we've reached the bottom of the 8th in a 1-run contest. David Robertson will continue. He came on to finish the 6th after the grand slam. He has struck out 3 of the 4 Indians that he's faced, and here in the 8th, he'll go to work on Bruce, Jackson, and Gomes.
Down and in the hole, but down over the plate. Strength for Bruce.
Bruce was the offensive hero for the Indians in Game 1 last night, 2 for 3 with a double, a home run, and 3 runs batted in. Hitless so far tonight. For David Robertson this season, and he's being asked to perhaps go as many as 2 1/3 tonight. He had only 2 outings all year, including the wild card game on Tuesday, over 2 innings. Again, that wild card night, 3 1/3, his highest career workload as a big leaguer. 2 balls and a strike now.
That's a great take by Bruce. That ball was over the heart of the plate. The whole time it looked like a strike. That take might set up a different pitch selection. That's just discipline, and that is doing your homework and knowing the guy is going to throw a lot of breaking balls, and if it doesn't start at a certain height, you've got to leave it alone.
It's about 20 years of combined big league experience in this matchup, yet Bruce and Robertson had never met face-to-face before tonight. Bruce with a drive to the opposite field. Gardner back, and this one is tied! Cleveland has come all the way back tonight. Austin Jackson now.
This was such a great at bat. He laid off the pitcher's pitches, got the 3-1 fastball away, didn't try to pull it, and this is what makes Bruce so tough. The ability to hit the ball the other way. And a frustrating at bat for Robertson because he made the pitches that Bruce should have swung at. The discipline, he worked the count, And now you can see a little bit of that work that had to go in with the Yankees bullpen. The amount of innings these guys have had to pitch in a short period of time could very well be costing the Yankees.
Tommy Kahnle has just gotten up to join Aroldis Chapman in the Yankee bullpen. The last time the Yankees blew a 5-run postseason lead, you've got to go back to Game 3 of the 2002 Division Series against the Angels 15 years ago.
Well, here were the two pitches that I'm talking about, that if you lay off of these, you're locked in and you got a plan. This is a swing and a miss earlier in the game. You see how he locked in, never moved, and he did the same thing. That tape would bother me as a pitcher. He comes in with a fastball, so under control, didn't try to do too much. He knew it, Sanchez knew it, and this crowd loving it.
Austin Jackson lines to shortstop, snatched out of midair by Gregorius for the first out.
Joe wants a little bit more time to be stalled. He's asking Sanchez to go on top. This is squaring up right now. The stuff with Robertson has gotten a little bit less than what they want. They're asking somebody to go talk to their pitcher. And finally, one of the infielders kept creeping in, but Sanchez goes out because this is purely to give Kahnle a few more minutes.
It's gotten so loud in here that Gary Sanchez could not hear the instruction from the Yankee dugout. Yeah, the urgency's with Kahnle. He's going to be the next in the ballgame. And Mike Harkey, the bullpen coach, waving the cap to signify he is in fact ready. Here comes Joe Girardi. And that'll be all for David Robertson tonight. This has been a wild one. Jay Bruce is in a transcendental state.
What a great at bat.
The home run tying it at 8 in the 8th. Another pitching change, and we'll be right back. Well, David Robertson so effective for the first inning and a third of this relief stint, but the pitch to Jay Bruce got out of the ballpark, and this one tied. Now back to the bullpen again go the Yankees for the veteran right-hander Tommy Kahnle.
He's coming off the most use he's ever had in a game, and certainly you're going to wonder the effects of him. A guy throws 100 miles an hour with a 90-mile-an-hour changeup.
Kahnle retired all 7 hitters he faced in the wildcard game on Tuesday. Struck out a batter in his 2 1/3 of perfect relief baseball. Indians have never won a postseason game with a deficit like the one they stared down tonight. Yan Gomes the batter. Gomes has doubled and scored tonight. Chad Green not having the same kind of success tonight as he did in the wild card game on Tuesday. Same story for David Robertson.
Adrenaline's an incredible thing, and at the end of the season, when you get to the postseason, it can carry you through a lot. But when you're pushed to the limit under the high stress of whether a wild card game or game 2, that starts to show itself after the initial adrenaline wears off. In other words, the late and natural life becomes non-existent, and you're forcing more than you want to.
2-1 to Gomes.
As a starter, you're more conditioned for the long haul of a game. As a closer / reliever, it's more the sprint. It's the quick dash. And when that dash becomes closer to a little bit of a mile or 2-mile run, you start feeling things differently, and your natural body is to take over instead of being naturally with your mechanics.
Gomes with a shot to shortstop, handled and corralled there by Gregorius for out number 2. Well, for Tommy Kahnle going 2 1/3 on Tuesday night, it for the most part doubled his standard workload. He had only gone past an inning on a handful of occasions all year. There are 2 away for him now. And Eric Gonzalez will dig in, make his first plate appearance after coming on defensively a couple of innings ago.
That's why I could appreciate what Chapman did last year. Never being in that situation ever before in a 2-day span. You just can't imagine how tired you feel because you're conditioned for those 1 innings. And the experience I had in the postseason as a closer, I went 3 innings in 1 game after starting for 14 years. I thought I was about to pass out. It is just not what you're trained for. That's why people don't understand. There's not so many interchangeable parts. Not everybody's wired the same way.
Gonzalez making his postseason debut tonight. 2 balls and a strike.
Start having talks with yourself going, okay, how do I throw this pitch with the minimal effort? Or do I have to grind on this slider? Throw this fastball harder. You wouldn't think like that when you're fresher.
Kahnle's 2-1. Sprayed to second base for Castro to retire the side. 1 swing of the bat by Jay Bruce, his 2nd home run in as many nights in the division series, has tied this one. We go to the 9th in an 8-8 ball game. Stay with TBS for game 2 of the Diamondbacks and Dodgers tomorrow on TBS. Little matter of what's going to happen here tonight in an 8-8 ball game. Andrew Miller continues. Todd Frazier, the first to face him in the Yankee half of the 9th. Well, at 8-3, Yankee fans were feeling a lot better about getting back to the Bronx for game 3 tied. The Indians had plenty of fight in them, as it turns out, and even a 5-run late lead wasn't safe on a really weird night. Nobody saw any of this coming this evening.
Well, you actually did. You told me 10-8 before the game started. No, nobody saw this coming. And certainly the Yankees were in a great position to really steal a win here against Kluber and the Indians. And through an array of kind of who saw this coming events, we got a classic 8-8 here in the 9th.
3 home runs by the Yankees in this one. 2 home runs by the Indians. And in a year where Major League Baseball saw a record 6,105 home runs, the long ball has been the difference tonight.
It has, and the weather has held off. That light rain that we thought we might be playing through really hasn't been part of it. There's virtually no wind. And as you mentioned, just inside the foul pole, 1 off the foul pole.
Chopper back up the middle. Backhanded, and no throw as Ramirez decided to eat it, and wisely so. Todd Frazier is aboard again on his 3rd base hit of the game. He represents the go-ahead run here in the 9th.
Frazier has done a nice job just trying to stay up the middle. He's a guy that likes to pull, likes to lift. But against Miller, that's a tough task. I'd be very interested now with Gardner at the plate to see if against Miller they're willing to roll the dice with a bunt. And you know that Gonzalez is in to protect against it. This is one you would like for Gardner if he can, maybe drag it towards first base.
Gardner is bunting. He gets down a good one. Miller's got only 1 play, has to get it to first base quickly, and they are just able to get the out on Gardner. Go-ahead run moves into scoring position with 1 gone.
That's such a great job. Not an easy task off of Miller to hit the ball yet alone. Square up a good bunt and put it right off the dirt. Make Miller field it, test out the knee.
Here comes Terry Francona. He's got Joe Smith hot. And with the right-handed thumpers, Judge and Sanchez lined up next. Francona wants his right-hander out of the bullpen. Chess match is well underway in this one. A pitching change, and we'll be right back. Well, right-hander Joe Smith spent 5 good years here with the Indians between 2009 and 2013. Bounced to a couple of different destinations and then was brought back here mid-season in 2017 in a deal with Toronto. Combined good numbers, 3-0 with a save and a 3.33 ERA. Terry Francona was talking about him with us before the game. We would love to have found a situation for him to get a couple of at-bats against right-handed hitting. I don't know that he envisioned this kind of situation with the go-ahead run at second and 1 away in the 9th, but that's what's happened.
Nasty on right-handers, down below, sliders, slurves.
Aaron Judge breaks his back. Gonzalez smothers, throws to first, and they get him.
You want to know why this man's on the roster? All he's done is come in and play defense and made every play. They don't miss a beat. First Urshela, now this is a huge play. There's no doubt Lindor would have been able to get to him, but it would have been a hit. 1 pitch, 1 out. Tension a little bit less, but now they got to deal with Sanchez.
Gary Sanchez tonight has homered and singled. He scored a couple of runs. 3 career meetings between he and Joe Smith. Sanchez 0 for 3 to show for them.
Off the plate against Sanchez. You leave anything middle in, and you're going to see a repeat of what he did against Kluber. Off the plate, and he got a chance to get him out, especially out front. Down. That was off the plate, but nowhere close.
Dangerous pitch with a runner at third. A good block by Gomes.
Sanchez looked at him like, really? It's impressive.
Cleveland has the top of the order in the bottom of the 9th inning. Smith hoping to deliver it there, still tied. And it's 1-1 to Gary Sanchez. Kluber went 2 2/3 in this one. Tyler Olson, Mike Clevenger, Brian Shaw, Andrew Miller, and now Joe Smith.
Sounds easy as a hitter to tell yourself to take it up the middle the other way, but boy, these moments, not that easy.
2 balls and a strike. Didi Gregorius on deck. He's been held hitless in the series so far. Big swing and a miss. Joe Smith is a strike away from giving the Indians a chance to walk it off tonight. He struck him out. The go-ahead run left stranded in scoring position. The top of the order in the bottom of the 9th. The last time the Cleveland Indians earned a walk-off win in a postseason game, it was 10 years ago yesterday. What's been called the Midge game. Jabba Chamberlain couldn't fight the bugs. And it was an insect-assisted tie. This is the tying run scoring late. The game went to extra innings. Travis Hafner won it with a walk-off single 10 years ago yesterday. Top of the order for the Indians in an 8-8 tie, bottom of the 9th. Lindor, Kipnis, and Ramirez. It is Aroldis Chapman on to try to push this game to a 10th inning tonight.
Everything lined up for the favor of the bullpen of the Yankees. Basically what Terry Francona was doing was just buying innings in case his team got closer, and they did get closer. He used Miller. He's yet to use his closer. The closer for the Yankees in now, and more than likely 2 innings if needed.
100 miles an hour. Guy with the hottest fastball velocity in baseball, averaging 100 miles an hour on his fastball. Lindor helped bring the Indians back with his dramatic 2-out grand slam in the 6th inning. Jay Bruce with a solo shot in the 8th tied it.
That was hunting fastball and getting a high slider. That's why you saw Lindor foul that ball off. Geared for 100.
The 1-2.
What a good swing there. 101. It's hard if you're sitting at home going, how do these guys do it? Well, the guys that have the simpler swings and don't have a bigger swing use the velocity against Chapman for their favor. But if you try to have a big swing and you try to hit the ball super far off of 101, it isn't going to work.
Chapman had a late season hiccup which resulted in his losing his closer's job temporarily.
They got his fingers behind the ball. He was creating side spin. He's now got backspin and life to it. It's a simple fix, but it's one of those that you just slip into as a pitcher and you don't even realize it.
That was a fix that was made late in the season. The Yankees were happy with the way Chapman progressed after taking him out of the closer's role.
See Severino in that picture. He will be available if this game prolongs. Looks like he was going to be game 4 starter. All bets are off now.
Lindor sticking around. Chapman had a great September. Did not allow an earned run in 12 innings of work.
He has yet to get a slider down. His fastball's been up. His slider's been up. If he gets a slider down towards the dirt, gearing up for a fastball, I don't see a way that Lindor can stay off of it.
Still the ball on 2 strikes.
And that was closer. You see Sanchez set up much lower, trying to entice that ball in the dirt. As a team, second best at not striking out in the American League.
The next 1-2, got him. Aroldis Chapman hoping for better results tonight as compared to the last time he pitched in this ballpark in the postseason. Game 7 of the 2016 World Series, when Rajay Davis got to him for a dramatic home run.
That was unbelievable, but totally understandable. He was pushed to the limit, was Chapman. Game 6 and Game 7. Early entries.
There's Jason Kipnis now, who takes a strike. A longtime Indians radio voice Tom Hamilton called that the most exciting moment in the history of this ballpark. One that opened back in 1994.
Down, all I could see was LeBron James in that unbelievable pose. And this place went crazy. And then maybe the unfortunate rain delay.
Rain delay that helped the Chicago Cubs win the 2016 World Series championship. Little doubt. It's 0-2 to Kipnis. Jason Kipnis faced Chapman twice in last year's World Series, went 0 for 2 against him. Jose Ramirez waiting on deck.
Let Lindor smile because I believe that was a changeup that he swung him on. I can't remember how many changeups Chapman's thrown in the last year.
Just missed to Kipnis on 1 and 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes now.
This one just missing on the outside part of the plate. Less time for the hitter, less time for the umpire to recognize 99 to 100.
2-2 to Kipnis is lined into center field. A winning run is on base with 1 out in the ninth.
I know that Chapman's been working on that slider, but it's rolling right now. I would take more chances with his heater. Gives the left-handed hitter Kipnis, who stays in there, the ability to track that ball and go right up the middle. But a lot of sliders already and a few changeups, so that's a lot of respect for the hitters he's facing.
Jose Ramirez, 1 for 4 in the series. And a half-hearted attempt just to make sure Kipnis knows that Chapman hasn't forgotten about him.
Well, these fans had plenty of time on their seats. Unusual, but the last couple innings they've been standing, waiting for one more moment to take them home.
A little better move that time. Tom Verducci earlier in our telecast talked about how good Jose Ramirez is on the breaking ball, how his incredible balance at the plate serves him well. He's also very good at hitting big-time velocity. Swing and a miss to put him behind. In fact, starting on August 24th was, and that was the start date of the 22-game winning streak. Jose Ramirez straightened out velocity better than he had at any point in the season. His batting average against an above-average fastball, 94 or better, 363. And Chapman really concerned with keeping Kipnis close, for good reason, as he represents the winning run.
Likes the ball against left-handers. This isn't a normal one, by the way, Chapman, but he likes it down, even down below the zone, away from him.
Fastball in the corner at 100 miles an hour, virtually unhittable.
Yeah, that was pain. Really good pitch.
Got him. Locked him up at 101 miles an hour.
See, that's more of the Chapman that we know. I mean, the first couple hitters, he really threw a lot of sliders and off speed, and he decided we're going to go with the gas again, and that was as good as it gets when you carve up a real good hitter on the outside. He can't pull the trigger because he doesn't think there's any way he can do anything with it. That will be up a little bit to him. That's probably where Ramirez was complaining.
So it'll be up to Michael Brantley, who on the first pitch bounces it up the middle. It gets past Castro, but he recovers in time to get the force at second. What a play by Starlin Castro. And that's how Game 2 goes to extra innings in Cleveland, to the 10th in an 8-8 tie. Pitching matchup. A Cy Young Award winner 10 years ago against a Cy Young Award candidate. Sanchez breaks out the big lumber. 6 earned runs Indians on Corey Kluber. Sent down in. Gordon back, and this one is tied. Extra innings in game 2 as we welcome you back to Cleveland. It has been a wild one, an 8-8 ball game. Extra innings numbers during the regular season, they're valid to a degree. Pitching is thin on both sides as Cody Allen will work in back-to-back games to start this division series. Win an inning in the 3rd yesterday to wrap up the shutout win. You'll get Didi Gregorius here in the 10th, followed by Castro and Bird.
Allen's been real good despite that record. You usually don't see that kind of losses on the end of the game pitcher, but he's got the ability to throw a fastball by you, spin a breaking ball, throw a cutter.
The ball to strike the count to Didi Gregorius, who again has been held hitless so far in the series, 0 for 7.
Didi started this game with a nasty foul ball off his knee. Shown no signs of that being an issue.
In the air into shallow left. Jackson coming in, but it's Lindor going out that makes the catch. Cody Allen has appeared in consecutive games on 11 occasions this year. The last time it happened was about a month ago, September 9th and 10th. He was terrific in last year's postseason. Perfect in save opportunities. There's Starlin Castro now with 1 gone. Allen was at his best at the end of the season this year, as that one sent into center field. Kipnis is there for it.
That's a huge quick outs right there, because that might give Terry the leverage to go multiple innings now with Allen if he doesn't really pile up many pitches.
Greg Bird has had a nice night. He has singled and homered this evening. When the Indians bat the bottom of the inning, they'll have Santana, Bruce, and Jackson. Yankees got on the board first tonight on the 2-run home run by Gary Sanchez. Cleveland tied it immediately with 2 in their half of the first. Took a 3-2 lead in the second. The Yankees then got on the board for 6 unanswered runs. The 8-3 lead was an 8-7 affair after the Lindor grand slam in the 6th. Bruce tied it with a home run in the 8th, and that's where we stand. And it's now 3 balls and no strikes to Greg Bird. Aaron Hicks is homered tonight. He waits on deck.
Green light. That's what I'm saying. Green light. See if he will.
Ball. That's an easy take on a pitch well outside, and the go-ahead run is aboard with 2 gone here in the 10th.
Well, once again, still early in the playoffs, but road team hasn't won yet. Astros go up 2-0. This looked like it was going to be a road win by the Yankees. We're in extra innings. Jet going on over in Washington, 0-0 in the 6th.
Yeah, that one moving in a completely different direction as to any postseason game that's been played this year.
With a 0 in the hitting column.
First offering, Aaron Hicks is in for strike. They're beginning to throw Aaron Hicks a fastball. Best have something on it.
Yep.
He hits .424 on what's referred to as a below average fastball, under 94 miles an hour.
If you're going to throw him a breaking ball from a right-handed pitcher, it's got to be down and bouncing. Look, the Indians are the best in baseball. We said it about finishing guys off, striking out more than anybody. They've had a hard time putting away hitters today, starting with Kluber. And it showed with the home runs that the Yankees have hit, and a lot of what I would call wipeout type pitches that just have not happened.
Hicks lines past the second baseman Ramirez into right center field. Bird into third. The go-ahead runs 90 feet away after a 2-out single by Aaron Hicks. So now the opportunity lies with Chase Headley with runners at the corners. Here comes pitching coach Mickey Callaway. Headley's made one plate appearance in this game. He came on to pinch hit for Ellsbury in the 8th and stayed in the lineup as the designated hitter.
And he's been really good from the 7th inning on. 7th inning on, coming into here 301 with 5 homers. That's clutch hitting, and they would love nothing more than to send Chapman back out with a lead. And already the Yankees have had some huge 2-out RBIs, not to mention those 4 2-out RBIs in inning number 3.
Todd Frazier with his 3 hits tonight waits on deck. Chase Headley's 301 average, as John mentions, is the best on the roster in the 7th inning or later. Go ahead run at third, runners at the corners, and here we go with strike 1 to Headley. Strike.
Few great pitches. Good opening inside heater, and then he's trying to get that lower inside call, which is going to set up, I believe, a breaking ball at some point in this at bat in that area.
A bouncer to the right side for Ramirez, which will give the Indians another chance to walk it off in game 2. Holds to the bottom of the 10th. Still tied at 8.
Welcome back to the Doosan ALDS telecast on MLB Network. This is Much CTV. Come on, Matty B.
Crush that.
We've done this a long time. We've gone 19 innings before.
Yeah, that's right. That was a division series game too.
Classic games.
Well, here we go in the bottom of the 10th inning, not in that territory yet. Carlos Santana, Jay Bruce, and Austin Jackson. And Aroldis Chapman sticking around for a 2nd inning. He was able to fade a 1-out single in the 9th. Santana had a 2-run single in the 1st. He has since walked and scored. A one-time 5-run Yankee lead in the middle innings goes away on a grand slam and an 8th inning solo shot. And Chapman starts Santana with a strike.
I don't think Chapman's going to mess around. He's been going after the last couple of hitters with his fastball and been pouring it in.
Infield pop. 1 away. Of the 52 appearances by Aroldis Chapman this year, only 5 of them were for more than 1 inning. That's not to say he isn't used to this kind of duty. He made 5 appearances of more than 1 inning in the 2016 postseason alone.
Right now he's got what typically would be a left-hander that no left-hander really bothers Chapman, I wouldn't think, but this one can use his power to the opposite side of the field.
Yeah, Jay Bruce gets a hold of one here. They're going to put a statue up right next to Jim Thome's outside of center field. Home runs in each of the first 2 games of the series. His 8th inning shot tonight, tying it at 8. You start looking ahead to other pitching options as Bruce is late on 99 miles an hour down at the knees. And there isn't much left in either bullpen. For the Indians, it's a couple of guys who are starters by trade in Josh Tomlin and Danny Salazar.
You got to tie him up inside. He tried it last time.
The Yankee bullpen is in a little bit better shape based on the length they got out of CC Sabathia tonight. New York has used Green, Robertson, Canely, and now Chapman. Dellin Betances pitched yesterday. Adam Warren pitched yesterday, as did Jaime Garcia. Jordan Montgomery's available as well. He has not pitched yet in this postseason, or in this division series, rather. A chopper. Frazier with time. And gets it over to first in time to retire Bruce. Austin Jackson is the only member of the Indians roster that has more than 1 hit against Aroldis Chapman. 2 for 2. With a couple of RBIs.
And basically replacing the role of Rajai Davis. And wouldn't it be ironic if he was able to do something off of the same guy in Chapman?
Right-handed hitting platoon veteran outfielder who takes a strike.
A little bit different circumstances with Chapman not being pushed consecutive days to try to throw almost 5 innings.
And into game 2 instead of a game 7, but I get where you're going. Jackson playing in the postseason for the 4th time in his 8-year career. Chopper, he's got good wheels. Chapman's got to hurry, off balance throw, and the winning run is aboard with 2 out in the 10th. And an extra base to boot. Todd Frazier's coming over to argue to the contrary, but in the eyes of the first base umpire Dana DeMuth, that one skipped into the tarp, I believe. So Jackson awarded second base.
Jackson's got great speed. I'm not sure if Frazier, watching Chapman, had a better chance on that. Chapman tries to make a do-or-die play right here.
Let's send it down to Tom.
Yeah, the ball actually was still in play when a photographer reached out onto the field. It didn't actually fall into the camera well. The right field umpire, Vic Carapazza, was the one who signaled the ball out of play, awarding the runner second base. But watch the ball. It doesn't actually leave the field. It's touched before it leaves the field of play.
Probably deemed that his touch prevented it from going into that camera well. And I'm sure Joe would like to see that be not the case.
Yeah, I mean, if the ball bounds into the camera well, the extra base is awarded, but there is a little berm there, and And there's a chance that it could have been held up. That's Joe's beef.
You see watch this play, and we're going to see it with Chapman trying to make this do or die, but watch as the cameraman kind of looks like he keeps it from going in by putting his hand out in front. And they're going to explain it to Terry what they're looking at.
Let's take a look at it again and try to get a beat on whether that's a flush line or not. Yeah, there is a berm there. But I tend to agree with you, John. Had the cameraman not reached out, the ball would have bounced into the camera well.
See where he kind of, well.
This is being looked at again. We have a replay review presented by WB Mason. It's going to be awfully tough to determine whether or not that ball was going to check into the camera well or if it was going to bounce against that pad. So the call on the field is an extra base being awarded to Austin Jackson. For the time, it's being scored as a single and an E1.
Either way, whatever happens, if there's a runner on second, and that's what the ruling is, I think they'll walk the next batter.
Yeah, it's Yan Gomes scheduled next, and then Eric Gonzalez playing in the postseason for the first time in his young career. Fan interference, by the way, is reviewable, and this play is being treated as that. I mean, it's clearly reviewable as it's being reviewed, but by way of detail, it's being considered as a fan interference episode. So the last thing Aroldis Chapman wants to sit around and do is wait for this to take place, with potentially having the winning run at second. Here it is again.
See, that's where when it bounced up, it looked like it had the top spin, but we're just speculating.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, it's. And yes, the call on the field stands. So the winning run will be in scoring position with 2 out in the 10th. I mean, what else in this game? I mean, there have been so many different layers of intrigue tonight.
Game of inches.
So Gomes, as you predicted, has been intentionally walked. And it'll be up to Eric Gonzalez to have the at-bat of his life.
Well, a base hit to right field. Judge has the arm. A line drive to Gardner. He needs to get it on line, but the outfielders will have pressure on them because you can't play super shallow with 2 outs and let a ball get over your head. But you have to anticipate, if the ball does get to you, the best possible throw you can make, because 2 outs at the crack of the bat, these runners are gone. Great speed at second as well. Castro's going to try his best to keep Jackson as close as possible before the pitch.
Gonzalez swings on the first pitch and sends a fly ball to right for Judge. And this one's going to 11. The dicey moment, but Chapman holds. We play on in game 2.
Drive well hit the right field, and it's gone. Stay in the Alamo. It's an opposite field home run.
Jeter backhands from the outfield grass. Got him.
Low and inside at the wild pitch. The throw to the plate. He swings.
And the game is over. And an era ends, perhaps, in New York.
There have been some good ones between the Yankees and Indians in recent postseason history. They're meeting for the 4th time in postseason play tonight, and this one, game 2, has to be considered among their classics. An 8-8 tie as we reach the top of the 11th inning. Cody Allen will continue with an inning and 2/3 in this one under his belt already. They'll face Todd Frazier sitting on a 3-hit night. Brett Gardner and then the scary Aaron Judge.
All the hits for Todd Frazier. Pretty much up the middle. Oh no! One slider off the plate that he was able to hit off of Lindor's glove. Just got to stay away from that middle end where he likes to launch to left field type power. Stay away, and then all he could do is pretty much go up the middle.
A bouncer to third for Gonzalez, who plays it cleanly and throws it away. And it's the Yankees with the go-ahead run at second base to start the 11th.
That's going to be the fourth time that Frazier's been on base. Had plenty of time to Gonzalez. And he just winds up, and this ball sails. He's made every play until that throw.
They will pinch run for Todd Frazier at second with Ronald Torreyes, versatile infielder who is more than capable of playing all around the diamond. So he represents the go-ahead run here in the 11th.
And now it's not as obvious of a bunting situation for Joe, although you would think the infield's prepared for it, because Gardner can pull the ball and get a hit at the same time, being left-handed.
Santana crashing in from first. Snap thrown into second is not in time. They're very close on Torreyes. Oh my.
Now Terry will put his hand up as he gets a quick call from downstairs on whether or not this is reviewable. Great release from his knees.
Wow. Yeah, they're going to take a look at it again.
That's close.
And if it's close, it's worth the review in the eyes of the Indians. Oh man. Oh boy.
That's right. Oh, this would be
a
tough pinch run experience if this is overturned. And what a guy at second base. He's got to read the barrel of the bat because he has to anticipate the ball being down. So he does have to get kind of an aggressive lead.
Let me tell you, it's amazing how in real time, John, that did not look close. Fans are reacting to the review up on the board here. We have a replay review sponsored by W.B. Mason.
He's going to be out.
And it does look.
You know, Baez, we talked about him on his great ability to tag. That was a fast tag by Lindor. He's out.
Wow.
That's unbelievable and unfortunate for Torreyes because he really was reading the play in the right way. And just a great tag down. How quickly he got that tag down. You see the leg of where it's in the middle of the bag, so he's got to get his arms around it, which doesn't allow it to be a standard extension. And that's all it took.
Gardner batting with the bases empty and one away.
Yes!
And he can't hold up. A ball and a strike. Another look at Yan Gomes' reaction. Considering who bats next, Judge and Sanchez, that's an even bigger wipe at second base. And it's a ball and 2 strikes on Gardner. I mean, the Indians have been able to fade Aaron Judge for almost 2 straight nights. 0 for 4 yesterday. Hitless with a pair of walks today. Sanchez got him with a 2-run shot. But you're really tempting fate if you think you're going to keep Judge and Sanchez quiet with runners on base throughout an entire series. Still the ball and 2 strikes on Brett Gardner, looking for his first hit of the ALDS. way, had a runner thrown out earlier in this game with Judge at the plate. And it happens here with Judge on deck. 2-2.
How long ago was it the Cardiac Kids with the Browns? A long time ago. Was it the Browns? Lost a couple. I mean, this is turned into.
Was that Sipe or Kozar? I don't know. I don't know my Browns history the way I should.
Let me get on the horn with Chris Rose. I'm sure he'll let me know.
No, we're okay.
We're okay?
Yeah. I think it was Brian Sipe in 1980. 2 balls and 2 strikes it remains to Brett Gardner. Travel day tomorrow. Series resumes on Sunday. Carlos Carrasco and Masahiro Tanaka. And nobody has any sense for what the series score will look like on Sunday. A full count now to Gardner, 3-2. Gardner laid down the sac bunt back in the top of the 9th inning. That advanced Todd Frazier and looked like it might be one of the key components to a potential winning rally. It was not to be. Judge grounded out. Sanchez struck out. The 3-2. Got it swinging. Boy, Allen really humped up there and found another couple of miles an hour on that 2-strike fastball.
Yeah, he sure did. After spiking a couple in the dirt, he just let that 4-seamer right in the strike zone.
Aaron Judge now, again hitless in the series. Cleveland will have the top of the order in the bottom of the 11th. I mean, there's trying to make a guy wave at a ball outside. I mean,
that was just making sure there was no 0-2 mistake.
52-foot breaking ball in the other batter's box.
I mean, I don't think he'll do it, but he can ride a fastball inside the Judge right now. He's got him so outside conscious. You got to trust you're going to get the ball there and not leave it over the plate.
A ball and 2 strikes to Aaron Judge. Oh, man.
He tried. He definitely wanted to go in there, but he left it over the plate. And that might have just been just a little in between on Judge. Can't come off the fastball. Got to protect against the slider. But that's the right pitch. You just got to get it in there. And when you're tired, executing your location is a little bit more difficult.
Well, you're living dangerously to a guy that socked 52 home runs, including 15 in September. Still 1-2.
But it is the right pitch because they have been baiting him away so much that as a hitter, it's only natural you're going to start looking out over that area. And if you look out over that area, you got your barrel, which you want to extend outside. You can't pull it in on a 95-mile-an-hour heater. You can't be conflicted on 2 different spots.
It seems like Aaron Judge has been in 2-strike counts for 2 straight nights. Here's the next 1-2.
That's a good take. After pounding him up with fastballs, he can repeat it now and get it a little closer, and that will induce a swing.
count. What's new? To the guy who's seen more of him than any other hitter in Major League Baseball, Gary Sanchez, looming on deck.
He is a turning. 3-2 fastball to Gardner, but that's a lot different than a 3-2 fastball to Judge.
Judge doing a great job to work it full. Here's the 3-2. Missed with ball 4.
Well, he was going to freeze him because that pitch was not probably on the radar screen for Judge, but that ball in Judge's eyes was down once it left the hand, but it was a close pitch nonetheless. This ball right just over the middle, but probably on everybody else but Judge.
Yeah,
a strike.
Yeah, that ball's low. Aaron Judge, for the longest time, and it was a big discussion point around the middle point of the season, was having a hard time getting low strikes called on him because his optics are difficult. He provides a challenge for umpires. He's 6'7". Aboard is the go-ahead run now, and the equally scary Gary Sanchez, the batter, who takes a strike.
I just looked down. Difference between Santana and Judge. Woo.
The difference between anybody and Judge is comical. Bounced. Gomes keeps it in front of him, and it's a ball and a strike to Gary Sanchez.
Oh, I'm sure Judge would like to have that one back. You've got to anticipate. You've got to be ready to go as soon as that ball is in the dirt. What a great job by Gomes, but he wouldn't have got him if he went right away. That hesitation, that's all it takes. Gomes has already shown off his cannon.
Big workload for Cody Allen tonight, trying to finish what would be 2 2/3. And he's in front of Sanchez now, a ball and 2 strikes.
All right, so you tell yourself if you're Cody Allen, all right, it's late. I've had to spin this breaking ball. I've worked really hard. I've spiked some. All I have to do is make one more good breaking ball, and my night's done, and we extend the inning for a chance in the bottom half. That's what goes through your mind when you're extending yourself. Concentrate on the execution of where you want this pitch to go.
Revise my earlier innings workload on Allen. This would be 2 complete innings should he retire Sanchez. And for good measure, a check in on Aaron Judge. Judge has not shown any inclination towards stealing a base here. Understandable with Sanchez at the plate. He did swipe 9 in 13 attempts during the season. So back to work 1 and 2 on the hitter. Sanchez into center field. And this one will go to the bottom of the 11th. A chance to win in the 9th. A chance to win in the 10th. This one goes to 11. The American League Division Series is presented by Doosan, official partner of Major League Baseball. And this MLB Network telecast is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com to see how much you could save. Back with John Smoltz and Tom Verducci, Matt Vasgersian. It has been a wild one in Cleveland tonight. We're going to the bottom half of the 11th inning. In an 8-8 tie, Todd Frazier was pinch run for last half inning by that man Ronald Torreyes, who was picked off of second. Torreyes continues in third behind the new Yankee pitcher. He'll be appearing in back-to-back games in the series. The big right-hander Dylan Betances, just the 5th reliever in Major League history to post 4 straight 100 strikeout seasons in relief. And though Betances had some rocky moments in July and August, he appears to have himself straightened out as he performed nicely last night.
Yeah, he had a great effort last night. 3 strikeouts. We'll see if Lindor is going to make him throw a fastball strike or a strike before he goes to swinging. Because if there's a problem, it's the strike zone, and that's the only problem.
First pitch to Lindor off the end of the bat for Castro. 1 pitch and 1 out for Dellin Betances.
I think that's as good as Lindor is. I think that's a little bit of a mistake. You give the guy who needed confidence yesterday, extend it by going after the first pitch. There's always that unknown when a guy's struggling with command, when he might get in that command issue.
So now Jason Kipnis, who's got a couple of hits tonight. Betances worked the bottom of the 8th inning yesterday, and under entirely different circumstances, of course. That was in a 4-0 deficit, and he struck out Santana, Jackson, and Perez. Kipnis beats an 0-1 pitch into the ground, and busy has been Castro in this 11th for a quick 2nd out.
People may wonder, how does it get to this point? You go 8-8, and then everything slows down and the game goes 15-14. You know why I think it happens? Because individually everybody tries to make that big swing home run to make it happen. You know, you start getting into home run happy swinging. I'm not saying that's exactly what's going on here, but a lot of times in the regular season, that's what goes on.
Well, it was the home run that brought the Indians back from a one-time 8-3 deficit. Lindor's grand slam, which came a pitch after a controversial non-challenge. And then that man, Jay Bruce, with the game-tying shot, a solo home run in the last of the 8th. It's a ball and a strike now to Jose Ramirez. Last 2 plate appearances for Ramirez have resulted in strikeouts, including a chance with a man on and 1 away in the bottom of the 9th. The 1-2 to Ramirez.
Yes, you got to tag him.
Chased a breaking ball.
Yeah, he tagged him.
Another effective outing by Dellin Betances. And the bullpen roll call goes a little bit deeper for the Indians. Josh Tomlin will enter in the 12th in an 8-8 tie. Well, if the postseason is a different animal, then extra innings in the postseason is a different animal still. And among those reasons are why Josh Tomlin, who spent the entire regular season in the rotation, is being pressed into duty here in the top of the 12th inning.
Yes, he is, and it's going to be a different type of style than we've seen any reliever come in so far. He is more of a control guy and hits his spots, change speeds. Not the power arms that we've been kind of seeing coming out of both pens. So see how the Yankees adjust. And pretty much this might talk about what game 4 looks like for the Indians.
Last relief outing came in September of 2016. And as Didi Gregorius digs in, Tom Verducci, Josh Tomlin, a guy who has earned Terry Francona's trust.
That's the key word, trust, and for a couple of reasons, Matt. Longest tenured Indian. He's been through a lot here, and Terry really considers him one of the leaders in the clubhouse. But right here, it's about being able to throw strikes under pressure. You saw he's walked only 14 batters all season. He can be trusted to throw strikes more than Danny Salazar.
Salazar is the last available arm that would be available should this thing almost inconceivably go even deeper still. You know, you've got some length with Tomlin. He's in front of Didi Gregorius, 0-2. Popped him up into shallow center. Ramirez read it well off the bat for out number 1. Another thing you can be sure of with Josh Tomlin is that he's going to be around the plate. Again, led Major League Baseball in the fewest walks per 9 innings. You saw his numbers a moment ago. 14 walks all year long for Tomlin.
And that's going to be the interesting challenge, because you're talking about a home run hitting kind of freer swinging team. So if he locates, you get that jam shot right there. If he doesn't, it adds to what the Yankees are trying to do, and that's lift it over the fence.
Here's Starlin Castro now. His 4 hits so far in this series lead the Yankees. Josh Tomlin last pitched on the final day of the season, so this means he's on regular rest tonight. Two 2-0 to Castro. Made 2 starts in the World Series last year. 1 really good, 1 not so good. Sharply hit to shortstop. Lindor gathers it in, and there are 2 gone for Tomlin in the 12th.
Two outs, 2 good located pitches. This is a matchup that he'll have to be careful with. Bird looks like he's, as the last couple of weeks have gone by, tracking baseballs a lot better at the plate.
If you had flipped the names there, we'd have had an easier time believing the numbers. That is to say, if Kluber had gone 9 and then the bullpen 2 2/3 and we got through 9 tied, I'd say, okay, yeah, that's about right. It's been the bullpen that's picked up the Cy Young Award winner tonight, and candidate for a second, might I add. 1-1 on Greg Bird.
Bird looks so much better, more comfortable at the plate, even in his takes.
Ball and 2 strikes. Inning in relief. Still tied in Cleveland. Welcome back to the Doosan ALDS on MLB Network with Hall of Famer John Smoltz and Tom Verducci. Matt Vasgersian here at Progressive Field. Still in the midst of an 8-8 tie. Dellin Betances will go back to work for a 2nd inning of relief. He's been perfect in 2 games in the series so far, 6 up, 6 down, including his perfect inning of relief tonight. A frustrating night for Joe Girardi. Stake to an early lead, then a one-time 5-run advantage. A little miscommunication cost him a chance to challenge a play. A grand slam would happen moments later, and a game-tying home run. And after a brilliant start by CC Sabathia, the Yankees still tied at 8 in Cleveland. Michael Brantley, the first to face Betances in the bottom of the 12th.
Fans here are getting really good hamstring and quad workouts here in the last 6 innings. Standing, waiting, hoping.
Yeah, nobody's gone anywhere, that's for sure. 5 o'clock start local time. And back to your earlier discussion point, you and I have been here for some long ones in this ballpark and in the postseason, as you take a look at that pitch to Brantley that catches the very tip top of the strike zone.
Yeah, last couple 2-3 batters, the strike zone's gotten just a little bit, to the hitter's dismay, wider.
Brantley puts it in play for Torreyes. And that's the first out in the 12th.
Well, in the last at bat, Bird may have a little bit of a beef, and he had a chance to see really good pitching, but see how that ball's up. Then he walks down, and then he sees one down, and he's going, wait a minute, you can't have both. And then off the plate away, really took the bat away from him. And he was basically saying, there's not much I can do with that. I'm tracking him. And those were three. Credit Tomlin for making those pitches, but three really different areas to get your strikes.
Here's Carlos Santana now. Even those that didn't have a ticket haven't left their spots. Two balls and no strikes to Carlos Santana. Jay Bruce waiting on deck for Cleveland. He has homered in each of the first two games of the series. Over 37,000 fans for the opener of this series yesterday. Big crowd, sold out crowd again tonight. Nobody's left. And Santana hits a high fly ball angling toward foul territory and into the seats.
Last two, a little bit rolling. Breaking balls out of Betances. But all in all, from last night to following it up with a potential 2 innings, can't ask any more from a guy that really confidence the last 2 weeks been.
Santana with a shot, great layout grab by Didi Gregorius. But Gregorius had it played perfectly in the revised shift, and even indicates there to Starlin Castro that ball was knuckling on him a little bit. A fine play.
Yeah, as he started his dive, it looked like the ball was coming back to his chest a little bit. He adjusts with his glove. Here's the man that put us in this situation for the extra innings with the homer in the 8th.
Jay Bruce takes a strike. Bruce did not face Betances yesterday. Behind 0-2. We've been doing this exercise for the last hour or so, but when the Yankees bat, should a top of the 13th be required, and Betances is a strike away from that being a reality. Pitch to Jay, misses down low. It's a ball and 2 strikes. They'll have Hicks, Headley, and Torres. Two balls and 2 strikes to Jay Bruce. Not a lot of matchups lifetime between these two either. Just 0 for 2 is Bruce against Betances. The 2-2. Got him looking. That's 3 perfect innings for Dellin Betances against the Indians in this series. The most recent of which sends us to the 13th. Still tied at 8. Network presented by Geico with Hall of Famer John Smoltz and Tom Verducci, Matt Vasgersian at Progressive Field. Yes, it has been an interesting night. One that's still going on. Here's a look at the longest postseason games in franchise history. The Indians at 13 innings, and it was the 1995 ALDS Game 1 against the Boston Red Sox. The hero that day was current Yankee coach Tony Pena, who hit a walk-off home run to end what was the longest ever postseason game in Indians history. Tony spent a few great years with the Indians near the end of his career. Josh Tomlin will continue. Aaron Hicks the first to face him. He shortens up. It's 0-1.
And a good idea, if nothing else, to make Gonzalez aware of him kind of moving in. And now the Yankees are kind of getting a little irritated maybe with the strike zone. The umpires kind of
some of the frustrations of a long night. And it's quickly on to the Hicks. The longest postseason game in Major League history was one that you and I, John, had the pleasure of watching back in 2015. Giants at Nationals. And Hicks is good looking. 18 innings, almost 6.5 hours.
And I might add, you were great because I needed 20 stitches in my lip about the 10th inning and had to somehow get through that. And here's the strike zone that we're talking about expanding a little bit as the game goes on. And some of the hitters are starting, they realize they can't really get animated because they need every player they've got right now.
Chase Headley bounces one to first for Santana, and quickly they're a 2 away. You know, the Indians went through an entire season this year without a single player or coach ejection. Something that surprises even Terry Francona when we talked about that with him earlier today.
You know, on a year that's really gone so well as it ends up for the Indians, Terry Francona had, you know, a little bit of a health scare in the middle of it. Couldn't go to the All-Star game. All things much better now for him.
Yeah, heart procedure that Terry has come back from nicely, but one that gave everybody here a large dose of concern for understandable reasons. And it's 0-2 now to Ronald Torres, who would love some redemption. Torres was used as a pinch runner in the top of the 11th, and then was picked off to second base on a great throw from Yan Gomes. Josh Tomlin, 2 perfect innings of relief to the bottom of the 13th. Still an 8-8 tie. The American League Division Series is presented by Doosan, official partner of Major League Baseball. And this MLB Network telecast is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com to see how much you could save. Well, bottom of the 13th.
Here we go.
And Dylan Betances is 1 out away from matching his longest career outing. That happened back in 2015.
When did Harold have that dream? Was that last night or during this game? He's got a chance to have another dream.
Here's Austin Jackson, who struck out against Betances last night. Jackson has a couple of singles on his line tonight. Singled and then reached second on an unusual error in the bottom of the 11th inning when Aroldis Chapman let a throw sail, and a photographer in the photographer's well behind first base reached out and touched the ball. It was treated as a fan interference play. Jackson was awarded second. Yan Gomes was intentionally walked, but Eric Gonzalez flied out to end the threat. And it's 2 balls and a strike now to Austin Jackson. And there are similar stories as to that one. Missed opportunities on both sides of the scorecard. The last run came across on the Bruce home run in the bottom of the 8th.
No. The one that's going to sting the most, though, is the pinch run and getting picked off at second. After the error, after the gift, Gomes comes right back and takes care of the runner at second base with a great throw.
3 balls and a strike to Austin Jackson. Riley held up. And Jackson's aboard as the winning run.
A couple good pitches right there over the heart of the plate.
On the edge of what's considered a check swing.
So here's the struggle now. Good speed at first. Betances takes a long time to get to home typically. And going to second base would be in the mind of Terry Francona to be aggressive here. Sanchez with a great arm behind the plate.
A ball and no strikes to Yan Gomes.
The problem here, as good as Betances has been, and that's what Joe, I think, is going to go out. And this might be a great move. He has gone back-to-back. And the ability to not hold the runner and be locked in could lead to a change of pitchers if he decides to. And you get the heartbeat of Betances at the same time. That's what he's doing.
Betances will be allowed at least one more batter. There have been 8 stolen bases taken on Betances this year. And the only reliever who's allowed more is his teammate Aroldis Chapman.
Yeah, and I just think the Indians have to go. They have to pick a spot relatively in this next 2 pitches, time it up, and get to second base.
That again among Yankee relievers. Just to clarify. Betances has been great so far in his 2 outings. A 1-2-3-8 yesterday with 3 strikeouts. There goes Jackson, had a big jump, throw down to second base is too late.
I mean, that's just closing the gap with an arm strength of Sanchez. He had a huge jump. It takes a long time for Betances to deliver the ball, and even with the velocity he has, matched with the velocity of Sanchez. All the Yankees are going to try to do is see, is there any way that he popped up off the bat, because he got there in plenty of time, and he did not. Normally, you want those infielders to hold the tag throughout the slide, but he did not pop up even going into his leg.
So for the second time in extra innings, Austin Jackson is at second as the potential winning run. Only here there's nobody out. And a strike to Gomes to put him at 2-1.
Now, if you're Betances, the only thing you can hope for here is a popped up bunt on your velocity. The slider actually makes it easier for a guy who knows how to bunt to put the ball in play. The spin of the slider and the angle of the bat keeps the ball fair more than not.
Almost 2,000 career plate appearances for Yan Gomes and a grand total of 2 sacrifice bunts.
Still have to be careful. I know Castro is keeping as close an eye as he can on Jackson, but stealing third base. See, almost trying to act like a first baseman as long as he can, Castro.
Austin Jackson doesn't run nearly as much as he did as a younger player. Last 2 years, he has combined for only 5 regular season stolen bases. But just swiped the big bag here in the last of the 13th. Still 2-2 to Yan Gomes. Warren's had plenty of time to get hot in the Yankee bullpen. Jordan Montgomery also up with him as Gomes fights off another pitch to stay at 2-2.
Well, the one thing about the sliders, and obviously the power curveball that he has, that Tennessee, as the hitter pulls the ball, which will keep Jackson at second base if he hits it to third base, or possibly really sharp to short. But you and Sanchez together, Betances would love to get the strikeout here. He's trying to induce the strikeout.
Number 9 hitter, the rookie Eric Gonzalez, waiting on deck. Oh, that one was hit him. It did catch the home plate umpire, man, and it got him flush. Boy, Dan Iasonia just took that right off the bat of Yan Gomes. My goodness. Oh, he has had physically a tough night back there. Took a foul tip off the hand, you'll recall. I mean, that one just buckled him.
Oh, he set up on the insides. Oh, glove hand, and there is nothing you can do about that. Really good fastball, and he just obviously gets a little sliver of that ball and it goes straight back.
When you see a catcher and a hitter both look back and hold their breath, and Dan Iasonia shaking his head up and down. He's okay. And the at-bat will continue 2-2 to Yan Gomes. Winning run at second with nobody out. Last of the 13th. Full count now, 3-2.
Trust you're making the right pitch right here for Betances. Be committed. And that one didn't look as committed. You can see the life on the pitch is starting to show up. The lack of break. That one spun, stayed in the middle half.
Betances has matched his career-long outing, having worked 2 1/3.
That one backed up.
Check that. It's still a 2-inning outing as he is yet to record an out. Gomes into the corner. In to score is Jackson. And the Indians take a 2-0 division series lead. Come all the way back from what looked like an insurmountable 8-3 deficit. The Lindor grand slam, the game-tying home run by Bruce, and then the game winner, a walk-off single by Yan Gomes.
What a game. A lot of buttons pushed, a lot of things went on. Betances did everything he could in trying to extend himself in the third inning and just didn't have enough turn on that breaking ball. Great at bat by Gomes.
Yan Gomes, a player who wasn't healthy enough to participate fully in last year's Indians postseason push. The hero among the heroes tonight. He's standing by with Tom Verducci.
Thanks. Yan Gomes, more than 5 hours after this game began, you ended it. The greatest comeback in Indians postseason history. How do you feel right now?
I'm speechless, man. It was a full-out team effort, man. We picked up Kluber. Right there. Oh, yeah! That's victory right there. That's win. That's victory.
Feels pretty good, huh?
I take it every day, man.
I have to ask you about that last at-bat. You had a very good at-bat against Dylan Betances. You get the count to full. Tell me what you were looking for.
Honestly, I was just looking to put something going the other way just to get Jackson to third. I'm pretty sure I swung at a ball that was going to hit me. That's how bad I wanted to get it done. I've never choked up that much on the bat. I was just trying to get the job done, just to move a guy over and just pass the bat around and just let somebody else do it. But man, I think when you see that many pitches, somehow it's going to happen.
Yeah, and we have to get back to the 11th inning. The Yankees put the potential go-ahead run on second base, nobody out, and you picked off the pinch runner, Ronald Torres. Tell me about that play.
That's something I'll look at every time. I know we got a shortstop that I can throw the ball anywhere. He's going to make a play. Whenever somebody fake bunts or something like that, runners are going to be bouncing back and forth. So I always look to do that, and it was one of those times where it worked. It looked good doing it.
I got to ask you, 22 straight wins in the regular season. You finished 33-4, and now the greatest comeback in postseason history for the Indians. What is it about this team that has now made the unprecedented possible?
Until the last out, we don't quit, man. I think they were up 8-3. We weren't done. We were going to battle until the last out. We know they got a heck of a bullpen, but so do we. We got a really good lineup to battle. So we came back. And once we do that, the momentum's all on our side. We got the home field advantage. We got this whole crowd here with us, and glad we did it for them.
Yeah, congratulations. Enjoy it.
It's my 5th year anniversary. Jenna Gomes, I love you. That one's for you.
What a night for Yan Gomes and the Cleveland Indians.
It's fantastic. Yan Gomes, a happy Indian. And Cleveland happy again tonight as they take a 2-0 lead in this division series back to New York in 2 days. Let's take a look at our winning together moment of the game presented by Doosan. And it happened at the bottom of the 13th inning. Austin Jackson led off with the base on balls. Stole second. And then scored in front of the bouncer off the bat of Yan Gomes that snuck up the third base line. Cleveland comes back from an 8-3 deficit for an exciting walk-off winner at home tonight.
You know, I really felt this was going to be a close game. I never thought it was going to be a game when we saw it was 9-8. But both these teams battled and grinded. And I can tell you, this is a devastating loss for the Yankees. But they're going to go home and have the same kind of approach. For the Indians, it might be a tough loss even in the win if they don't get Encarnacion back. But what a way to come back when your stud on the mound does not have his best stuff.
There was more than one Cleveland hero in this one. Not only did Yan Gomes have the game-winning hit, Jay Bruce tied it with a home run, and none of it would have happened without the grand slam off the bat of Francisco Lindor, who is happy and wet and standing by with Tom.
And cold, too. He got the ice bucket. How's that feel, Francisco?
Cold. Cold.
It has been often where this team has been down by 5 runs, but here you were down 8-3. Take me inside the mindset of this team down 8-3 to New York.
We just trying to get ourselves a chance to win. Give yourself a chance to win, regardless of what happens in the game. Whether we lose by 10, whether we win by 15, doesn't matter. Just give yourself a chance to win that day, and that's exactly what we did. The pitching staff did a great job. Bruce coming out huge again for us, and Jackson, unreal.
And let's not forget a grand slam by you, Francisco Lindor. The slider from Chad Green. Tell me about what you were expecting and more importantly, watching that ball and hoping it stayed fair.
Yeah, I was just trying to get a good pitch to drive. It don't matter whether it was a home run, a base hit, or a double, whatever. I was just trying to give my teammates a chance to win, like I was saying. And as soon as I saw it going up, I knew I had a chance of going out. But then also I'm like, uh-oh, it might go foul. You know, I started blowing a little bit on it, and it came back and it hit the foul ball.
Francisco, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Tom, thanks. The Indians with a 9-8 win in Game 2 of their division series. Day off, a travel day tomorrow. Series resumes in New York on Sunday, and the Yankees will be facing elimination at home after a stirring Indians win tonight.
Yeah, and it's a lot of great at-bats by the Yankees and the Indians. That's what you try to take into your next game. The Indians have definitely taken what they need as a 2-game lead, but the Yankees can put together those same at-bats and make it very difficult and try to get back here for at least a Game 5.
Coming up next on MLB Network, MLB Tonight, presented by Evan Williams-Berman with Greg Amsinger, Harold Reynolds, and Mark DeRosa. And currently in progress on TBS, Game 1 between the Cubs and Nationals. Stay with TBS at 10:30 for Game 1 of the Diamondbacks and Dodgers. For Hall of Famer John Smoltz and Tom Verducci, Matt Vasgersian saying so long from Progressive Field after a thriller. Thanks for watching the Deuce on ALDS on MLB Network, presented by Geico.